En gång till. Okay. Welcome to the Rilton Cup, the 51st edition, 2023. And we are ready for the third round. We have a 15-minute delay, so they have started playing, and we're just seeing the moves coming in here. And my co-host here, Jesper, tell me what happened. Where are we in the tournament right now?
Well, we are in the third round, and so 2 rounds have been played, and so far we have 16 players that have won both rounds in the beginning. And well, so it's getting tighter and tighter, of course, and the difference between players will be less and less, more and more interesting games normally. If you look at those 16 players, it's also interesting to see that we have 5 Indian players, 3 from Israel, and then we have, people from different kind of countries, some from Scandinavia, 1 from Norway, 1 from Finland, 1 from Sweden, and so on. So
already only 1 Swede in the top.
Only 1 Swede in the top. That's the way it is. But on the other hand, it's so early in the tournament, so you cannot really say what is going to be the final result, of course. But normally I would say that it's in the third round where the players start to show strength and, trends and how good form they are in. And I think that's what we're going to see today as well, because we have many interesting games coming up.
We surely have interesting games. And we had many interesting games yesterday, and I think it will just continue the same way today.
Yes.
So I think we should just jump into the games.
Yes, we should.
Okay. So we will start on board 1, where we have Kaido Kulauts, who had a tough game yesterday. It was a long positional game that he finally won. And he plays against Monika Sochko. Who is the wife of Bartosz?
Yes, that's right.
I think, yes.
Yes.
Who is also playing in the tournament.
Yes.
But he had a misfortune in the first round.
Yes.
And lost. So let's see what happened.
But you can also say both Kaido and Monika, they have played for a long time. They are huge routine, and I think Monika beat me 20 years ago or something like that in a very sharp game. Already then she was a strong player. So they have big routines, and I'm sure they have played many times as well and know each other well. So it will be interesting to see here also what form they are in, because now, like I said, it's time for them to show strength.
Yeah. And we should note that she, as well as he, are both grandmasters.
Yes.
So 2 very experienced and strong players. So this will be a tough fight. So let's see what happens. So we have e4.
Yep.
c6, the Caro-Kann defense.
Yes.
d4, d5, and now white decided to play e5.
Yes.
What do you think about that?
Well, we have, of course, different choices for white in this position to play knight c3 or knight d2. That are the common
in this position, yeah.
Exactly. But e5 is, in a way, the more challenging way against the Caro-Kann, because the idea is, of course, to get, a structure in the center. We are, more space behind. But on the other hand, the risk is that black will try to undermine it. And one of the differences, if you compare it with, for example, the French, is that the bishop on c8 now has got the chance to get outside the chain, the pawn chain. And I guess this is what played as well, bishop f5.
It's not the only move, though. You also have this
c5.
Botvinnik move to play c5.
Yes, but still I think bishop f5 is the most, at least it's the most classical one, even though c5 has gained popularity the last years.
Yeah.
And now the normal way to play is to choose between knight c3 or knight f3 in this position. Knight c3
or h4.
Well, h4 is also
quite popular.
Quite popular. But the difference is that knight c3 is known to be a little bit sharper. Because then you do not have the chance to put up a chain with c3, d4. That means that instead you need to play for activity with white. Knight f3 is more solid in a way. But I actually think that Kaido played another move that has gained popularity that is a bit surprising in this position. That was played after bishop f5. Then
he played c4.
Yes. And this is actually a bit provocative in a way, I believe.
Yeah, it's in many lines you try to somehow attack the bishop. I mean, you can play for bishop d3 or g4 or h4, all these moves to try to sort of prove that this bishop here is not on a good square. But c4 is a different approach. Now we attack the pawns instead.
Yes, but also what I think is a little provocative, if, for example, black would take on c4, let's say bishop takes c4 and e6, white would have a very weak pawn. Or maybe it's not so weak, that's the point, the pawn on d4. But at least, we have kind of structure that normally should be good for black in that sense. Yeah. But you have so much more space with white so that you can play around. You can try also to take away the bishop on f5 at a moment. And then you have good chances actually with white due to this space advantage. Yeah. So it's a more modern approach, I would say, with white in this position, and a little bit more challenging.
Yeah. This line has become quite popular. I think the reason is that white wants to play this advanced variation with e5 because you immediately gain something. Yep. You get space, and black cannot take it back. If you allow exchanges in the center, it's not so clear always what you have. So this has become very popular, and c4, as you say, has become a sort of a new trendy move.
And also one thing that do not forget, the black players normally want to have the same structure, the solid structure. This is another way, another structure. So it's. Normally you get a little bit uncomfortable when you have to play something that you are not so used to or have the same experience in. So that can be one advantage to play c4 instead of going into these more common moves that we mentioned before. Yeah.
So and it can also get a bit sharper because you sort of create a tension immediately. So it continued with e6, knight c3, knight e7, yes. And now slightly surprising h3.
Yes.
I guess the idea is to play knight f3 and not get bishop g4, right?
Yes, or maybe even g4 yourself.
Could also be, but you could do that straight off.
Of course.
But I think the idea would be that black could play for this. Because this pawn here on d4 could become weak in this line because you don't have c3. So you have this. You want to protect this. This is, as you said before, this could be very weak. So I think that might be the reason for h3.
Yeah. h3 looks, good in my view, due to these ideas that you mentioned here, Tom. So I have no problems with that move.
Yeah. So we can see that this line has been played exactly this position we had, and it was Magnus Carlsen, who won the Rapid World Championship yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah, he played this against Firouzja, the strong Iranian French player, Ali Reza, and he won against him in 21 with c4 as white. So, well, I think we should jump to the next game.
Yes.
And we have an all-Indian meeting here.
Okay.
And interestingly, the black player here is Vupala Pranith. He's only 16 years old.
Yes.
And he is a grandmaster.
Already
a grandmaster.
Yes.
And he got the title this year, and he became an international master last year. So he's advancing quickly and seems to be very talented. He plays against a guy called Krishna, and we have to check who that is. I think it's a young guy also. Well, let's see here where we have him. We have him here.
91, so he's a bit older.
He's not one of the young guns.
Because it's interesting now, because India is these days the leading country when it comes to chess talents and chess development. It's a fantastic boom of chess in India. And the beginning, of course, was Viswanathan Anand when he became the world champion. Yeah. And in the wave after him, there came a lot of interest in the country. And today they have a lot of academies. The one I'm cooperating with is Ramesh, that is one of the most renowned trainers. And he also told me, there are so many young talents coming up They are practicing hard, and the differences between, for example, the talents of Sweden and the Scandinavian countries is that the schools are ready to adapt, so that they have the chance to actually go for chess training, and they're very supportive in all kind of ways when it comes to this type of talent. So that is one difference. But I also think that we mentioned yesterday, the problem they have in India is not academies, it is that they still lack a little bit of tournament structure. So that's why so many also come to Europe to play with us.
Yeah, we see a big delegation of Indian players in this tournament, and 5 of them are in the lead right now, and these 2 guys are in this group. And we have the very young Praneeth, who's only 16 and the Grandmaster, and then we have this Krishna, who is 33 and does not have a title yet. He's not an old guy, but he's a little bit more seasoned. So it could be very interesting. Let's have a look at the game.
Yes.
So Krishna started off with d4, knight f6, knight f3, d5. Oh, we get this is the queen pawn game, I think it's
Kolle.
Yeah, you could call it Kolle or queen pawn or whatever.
Yes.
But it looks like it's a very sort of timid opening, but in fact it can be very dangerous.
Yes, but it's also, if you play like an older person, like he is against this time one of these young prodigies, normally you do not want to go into like an opening battle, because it's quite you can guess that the young player has done much more homework when it comes to openings and are updated. So to choose this kind of, like you say, timid opening but with some poison inside can be a very good choice. Yeah. But let's see.
Yeah, and what happened was that the young guy, he played the b6 and Fianchetto's his bishop to b7. Which is an interesting idea. It's not the only way. You could also play like with c5 and knight c6 and just play in the center. But this is, of course, taking control of e4, making it more difficult for white to push here, which is common in this type of structure. Typical for white is to play, either you can play with c3 and knight to d2 when queen e2 moves like this, and then go for this push e4. But he didn't choose that. So instead, he played the alternative, which is to play b3 and also Fianchetto the bishop.
And you have a symmetrical position,
exactly,
but with an extra tempo for white.
Yeah, white has a tempo, but what do you do with it? That's the problem.
Yeah. No, but white will always be slightly better due to this extra move until something has happened and it might be an equal position. But
black gets the opposition in the end game.
Okay, that might be the trick then.
Yeah.
Let's see.
No, it won't happen, I think. But in this position, there are many games has been played here. It's not new position at all, and there are many options. I mean, you can jump to e4 with the knight, for instance. This could be one of the ideas. I mean, white can also do that. So both has this possibility. Another possibility, of course, here is to just basically play. Continue with this symmetrical play c5, and then if you do that, of course, there are many ways the game can continue. So it's very, very complex.
But you could say that black has got very good chances to equalize, because
but as you say,
yes,
the move is still a factor in. But at one point, the symmetry has to be broken, and then we'll see what happens. So let's go to the next game.
Yes.
And here we have a message. Oh, we will try to follow the chat. So any viewer who has a question, please come with it. We want to answer questions. Well, do we have some?
Where do I see the chat?
Okay, we don't find any chat message, but try to send the chat message, and Jesper will follow, and we will answer. We answer all questions, so you can ask about anything, I think.
Yes.
We don't refuse anyone.
Yes.
Okay, so let's see what happened here. I mean, they are playing quite fast, so we have to keep up. Let's see, Hannah. I think we have to start from the beginning here. Now, we have to say something about the Swedish player here, Ralf Åkesson. He's a grandmaster, and he's a veteran, I would say. And he has a very nice title. He actually won the Junior European Championship at one time.
Yes, in the 80s.
Yeah, in the 80s, and so he's been one of the leading Swedish players for a very, very long time.
Yes, he's a grandmaster.
Yeah.
And also I could say that I think that he got a very highest level, you could say, in his play. Can play fantastic classical chess, but he has always had a little bit of a problem with time. This
is definitely true, yeah.
So that could be his weakness in a way. But when it comes to playing and understanding, he's very, very strong player, I would say.
He's a very good positional player, I would say. And he's also good in tactics, but he has a very good understanding for the positional play and the strategy and everything. And he plays one of the young Indian grandmasters.
Yes.
And this guy is 19 years old, Raya Rithwik. And he has a grandmaster title and a 25 rating, which is excellent. So this will be an interesting fight between experience and youthful energy, I would say.
That's right.
Something like
that. But what's interesting is with Ralf is that, if it starts to get sharp, normally he's not so afraid of that, to go into it. That's that I like with him.
He's very principled when he plays.
Exactly.
He does not want to bow to anyone. He wants to play the game as good as possible.
So let's see.
Yeah. So we have d4. We have a Queen's Gambit here. Not accepted though. And we get into Slav or semi-Slav.
Yes.
And this has been played many times.
Yes. Instead of g4, it goes for this. Bishop
b2. Here you can play like, I think it was Shirov.
Shirov and Shabalov were they started to do this kind of attacks.
You still see it sometimes.
Yes.
And the basic idea is you sack a pawn and then you come with the rook to the g file, and then we'll see what happens.
Yes, and then there are many lines in this also, but a little bit different type of play, more dynamic, more.
But this is not Ralph's style.
No,
because this is more like speculative, and he likes to play it very, very solidly. So he played bishop e2, which is also perfectly fine. Castles, and now b3.
Yep.
b6, castles. Yeah.
Now we have some kind of standard position for this type, and what is interesting here is, of course, when should white go for example, e4? That is the principal move in many ways.
Yeah.
And it's more a question of when to do it. And of course, black can also play e5. That can be a possibility, or take on c4 and play e5. There are this type of tension in the center that you need to deal with in this position. And this type of position have been played many times, I guess.
Yeah,
so
I can see how there are several hundred games from this position, which is a bit surprising because, there are so many moves you can play here, but this has been played a lot.
But on the other hand, it's simple chess in a way, because they have done all these simple moves in a way.
And typically when you have a position like this, there is almost no connection between the forces. There's only one place where there is some sort of tension. That's between this pawn and this pawn.
Yeah.
But that's the only one. So, one plan could be to perhaps move the bishop somewhere. It could go here, for instance, if you want to play e4. Maybe you can think about going here.
Yeah.
Maybe playing g3. Maybe putting the bishop here. And just wait and see what happens.
If you do not want to play, like I said, e4 at the moment.
E4 is definitely that's the main move, I would say.
Yes,
in a position like this.
That's right.
And I don't know exactly what happens, but black is so well developed here that I don't think there's any big problems for black after this. I guess if e4 comes, that you have to take it.
Yes.
And then take. Oh. Yeah. take there. A little bit slow computer here, but or the internet maybe. Yeah, this. And probably just take everything here, right? Something like this. And then in the end you play knight f6 and maybe c5
and queen h4 or something like that.
yeah,
and we have
maybe c5 at some point.
Yes, exactly.
So take, queen takes.
I agree.
And now you have to watch out with the bishop here on but I think black can just play the knight here.
Yes.
And then in the end after this move the queen has to go, and then you play c5 and it should be okay, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we should leave this.
I think it's okay.
Yeah.
But white can try to do something to get an advantage, but if black has done a good job at home, he has good chances for equalizing as well. But we will see. I think actually they need to start to take action in the center now in the following moves.
Yeah.
And then we will see what's happening. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, if you play c5, maybe you could do d5 or something. But I mean, it's black is so well developed, shouldn't be any problem. Okay, let's go to the next game. And here we have one of the Israeli players, Yair Parkov, plays against Goran Djurovic. We haven't seen him before here, so we have to check who this guy is.
Yes.
It sounds like he's from maybe Serbia or something like that. I don't know. Let's see. So here we have Yair. We can check him first. Yeah, he's one of the young guys.
Yeah.
21 years old, international master.
Yeah.
Strong player, for sure.
As you can see here, we have groups of players from different countries, and of course you go with your friends, so it's quite common that if you have now 3 Israeli players in the top, they are normally in the same age, and probably they are analyzing together and supporting each other and so on, just like I guess that we have the same with the Indian players.
They come in a big group. But here we can see that the opponent is a little bit older, born in 86, international master, Goran Djurovic. Also strong player, of course, and this will be a tough match, I think. So let's move back here and see what we have in the opening.
Yes.
So it's a d4, knight f6, c4, e6, and we get the Nimzo Indian.
Yes.
e3, b6.
Classical play.
Classical play. And now white has some choices. You can play knight f3, you can play bishop d3, knight e2, and he goes for the knight e2 line.
Yes, and the basic idea with Nimzo Indian is, of course, that normally you allow black to take on c3, and you got the double pawn on the c file, and the trick normally is not to allow white to play e4, because then this center can be very, very strong, and that's why you have this set up also with the bishop on b7, the fianchetto of the bishop on b7, so you have control together with the knight on f6 on e4. The idea with knight to e2 is, of course, that white would like to avoid getting this double structure on the c file, and instead wants to take back on c3 with a knight. And if you can do that, keep the pair of bishops, you can have a long-term advantage with white. If you play like bishop b7, a3, and if black takes on c3, knight takes c3, yes, you could have chances because you have the pair of bishops. Black is a little bit more advanced when it comes to development, but in the long term, so that is quite nice for white to play that way. But I think normally black goes back with the bishop in that positions. But let's see what's happening.
Yeah, as you said, black has a choice here. You can play bishop to b7.
Yes.
Or you can do what he did in the game.
Exactly.
He played bishop a6.
Yes, exactly.
Which is a more challenging in a way, because you try to stir up some trouble immediately. And the white has this problem that he has to protect the pawn. And in this game...
Because the bishop on a6 is hitting against c4.
Yeah, now a3 I think is the main move in this position, and exactly. Just attack the bishop. And then black can choose what to do, if he wants to take and play d5 afterwards, or maybe you can go back also. But he played knight g3. It's also possible. And now he does not protect c3 anymore, so now you can actually double the pawns if you want to with black.
Yes.
Take on c3 I think is a typical move here, but he's thinking.
Yes.
So we will leave him thinking, and we will go to the next game.
Yes.
So now
I can just mention that one important, if in the other game, is that when you take on c3, b takes c3. Quite often you actually want to have your bishop on a6 because you want to play like knight c6, knight a5, hitting on c4. So it's not bad to have the bishop on a6.
Absolutely not. I mean, the attack on c4 is typical in this line.
Yes.
So here we have
totally symmetrical.
Yeah. It seems to be quite popular to play symmetrical
chess.
Yes.
What has happened today?
Yeah, I don't know.
Is that a new rule?
We saw also yesterday there was some game that was very symmetrical for a long time. But this one is again we have an Indian player. Rakesh is his name.
Yes.
And we need to check if he's one of the young guns. So we will go and look at that quickly. So we have Rakesh. Yeah, he's fairly young.
2001, 22
years old, international master.
But still, he's not one of those.
No, he's not one of the really
super
super hungry guys. Maybe. And he plays against a guy from Germany, Leonardo Costa, and that's a young guy. He's only 15 years old.
2472.
And he's a FIDE master with 2472. So I would say this is a real
this
talent.
is a real talent.
Yeah.
And obviously that he's here to take norms. You know, he wants to have an IM title, of course, or IM, you know, to try to get an IM title because he has already the rating by far, fulfilled. So But interesting to follow this guy. Could be one of those that we will see more of in the future.
Absolutely.
It's interesting now because in Germany the Kmar is going very strongly and working with Peteleko a lot and so on. Yeah. So it's normally when you have this kind of new superstars, they got inspired, the youngsters. So maybe Costa is one of those can take try to follow in his path.
Yeah. So Germany is sort of evolving as a
a little bit. At least they have some. At least they have some talents now coming forward. So that's interesting.
So we must go and look at the position. Even though it's maybe not the most exciting position yet. No, not yet, but it will be, I think.
But what I find it's interesting is that this young guy, born 2008, normally they play quite sharp. At least that was the case before. When as a young guy you wanted to play more sharp lines against the older grandmasters and so on. And the grandmasters did the opposite because we wanted to have but I say we now because I'm in that category these days. We want more like this kind of slow development and where understanding and so on. But like you said also, I think it was during the first round, it has changed this due to that you can get more experience very early by playing online and all these games that you can see through online and so on. So this with experience can come quite early.
And there's also the problem of computer preparation. That most players don't like to play against the computer.
No.
Very few does.
Yes.
And to avoid that, you're willing to make some sort of semi-slow moves in the opening, maybe just to get out of this.
Yes.
And then you can start playing chess. And I think this is an example of this. Both players try to avoid theory, and I think they are quite successful. Because I don't know if this is theory, but this is not a line you would study with a computer.
No.
There is no point, I think.
No, exactly.
You cannot. So it's quite cunning actually to play like this. Playing very sharp lines these days just means that you go into some prepared stuff from your opponent. So you have to start. We have to start play like this.
But the problem is, of course, that the drawing mechanism in a way can easily tick in these positions if it starts now.
There are so many pieces left, and sooner or later we will get some sort of imbalance, and then you start playing with that. And
yes.
And we saw yesterday in the Kulauts game when we said, well, they played this very symmetrical opening. It was, this Queen's Gambit thing with lots of exchanges. But then in the end, slowly he managed to win. So that's how you play. Anyway, let's see. They made a few more moves. Bishop e2, bishop e7. Yeah.
Okay.
And now White makes an attack here.
Okay. Now we are looking for knight e4.
Yeah, maybe.
But then on the other end, probably you can take on d7 then. We'll see.
Yeah, the question is, let's say black takes. Do you go for pawn takes?
No, I take on e5.
You take with the bishop.
I will do exactly the same, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, if let's say black takes.
No, I want to play knight e4, of course. I want to follow.
Really? But then you
100%. Always.
Okay.
This is the strategy, you know.
Okay, but maybe that's
How
not-
far can you go?
Yeah,
Just symmetrical.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we can say so much about this, so I think we will just jump to the
Yes.
next game. And we are still with players that have both 2 points, right?
Yeah. It's 16 players, so it will be the first 8 boards, huh?
Yeah. So here we have we have a woman,
Yes.
Ashna Makia.
Yes.
We have to check who
Yes.
this is because I haven't heard this name before.
No?
So we'll have to go here to round 3 and we're going to check. Here we have her. She's from India.
Okay. 2093 in ELO,
she's
not
very,
so high.
very young, only 21 years old.
Yeah.
She's a WIM, which means a woman
Yes.
international master.
Mm-hmm.
And she's from India.
Mm-hmm.
And her opponent is an American.
Mm-hmm.
Nico Chasin, I would say.
Okay.
International master, a young guy,
2006.
only 17 years old,
Yep.
with a high rating, 24-44.
Mm-hmm.
I would say
So-
that's quite a promising player.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
here we have a little bit of youngsters.
Yeah, 2 youngsters.
Yes, and it's also, of course, interesting because in US, they have very strong chess players these days, and a lot of also prodigies coming up.
Yeah.
Not the least, of course, they have had players coming from other countries that
Mhm.
have immigrated to US, but that also means that you have also for the youngsters a good chance to meet and be inspired by these strong grandmasters. So that's secure that this country, US, will be one of the leading countries for a long time
Yeah.
because.
But the United States have always been very good at chess.
Yes, not the least because also they have had this,
Yeah.
people coming from the East, but now also
Yeah.
from other countries coming to US and, inspiring
Yeah.
the chess.
But you
the
know,
chess
already
community.
the first world champion, Steinitz,
Yes.
he was more or less American when he won.
Yes.
He wanted to be an American. He was very proud American.
Yes.
And he wanted to play with the American flag, but they said he couldn't because he had the paperwork was not finished. So
No.
he became American after he won.
Yes.
But they have a fantastic history with
course,
Morphy
of
and
course.
all these
Of
players.
No, I just mean that there is a little bit different development because it's quite a lot of people coming from outside to US and
Yeah.
giving their influences.
Yeah.
So that's interesting.
Yeah,
But
they,
okay.
they have this enormous influx of strong players
Yes.
from the old Soviet Union and from other countries like
From Italy,
Chi-
from
China,
Philippines,
yeah,
and so
China
on. now,
and
so
so
Aaron
forth.
Jan is now
Yeah,
a US
yeah,
player.
yeah,
So Armenia.
yeah.
Yeah,
So that's interesting, and I think that's very inspiring for all these young players.
absolutely.
So let's dig into this game.
Yes.
This interesting match between
Yes.
an Indian girl and this young guy from the US.
And like we saw, she has only got 2093 in ELO, quite a
Right.
low rating. But with these Indian players, you cannot take this ELO too serious,
no.
So probably she is stronger than her ELO.
Yeah, you shouldn't you cannot evaluate someone from the
No.
ELO,
No.
not when they are so young. So let's see what happened here. So it was E4, E5,
Mm-hmm.
and we have this classic Spanish or Roy Lopez,
Mm-hmm.
the Morphy line it's
Yeah.
called, I think,
Mm-hmm.
an American name. Bishop A4, Knight F6, classic
Yes, classic
main
play.
line. But now he plays Bishop C5.
Okay.
And this is perhaps not main line, but it's becoming more and more main line to play with Bishop C5 rather than Bishop E7, which is the old classical main lines.
Yeah.
And White played, you can play many moves here, but I think the
C3 is
most common
normal
move is
move, yeah.
C3. Basically, White wants to expand here in the center, play D4, And if black is forced to take, then white gets this perfect center with
Yes.
d4 and e4. And then he can just push the pawns and kick away these knights, and it can be very dangerous for black. But
b5 is obvious.
Nico played b5,
Mhm.
which is a good move.
Mhm.
And now she's thinking.
Yes, because you have a choice between bishop c2 and bishop b3.
Yeah.
I mean, if b5 would have been played earlier on, then the bishop would have been on b3 already. But now that this extra option might be something to evaluate.
Yeah.
But I think that, I think normally bishop b3 is the move. But, well, of course, I guess this is what she's thinking about. What will happen after bishop b3, for example, is normally that black will play d6, and then it will be d4, and the bishop goes back, and we have this kind of structure.
Yeah.
And it is a bit, it's a bit sharp play. But what is interesting is that the bishop, like you said, is outside the pawn chain, not on e7, but will be on b6 or a7 or something, b6, I guess. And then quite often the bishop on c8 will go to b7, so you have this battery of bishops hitting towards the king's side.
There's also an interesting possibility to go to g4 with this bishop.
Yes.
Because we are in this archangel line, or Archangelsk variation. I don't know exactly how you pronounce it. And in that line, usually you play b5, bishop b7. That's
exactly.
I think they call this the neo-archangel.
Yes, something like that.
The neo-archangel variation, because you have the possibility to go with the bishop the other way.
G4,
yeah. So it's a little bit different, but it can often end up in the same position. So this is the position right now, I think, and white is thinking. This is the position, and she's thinking where to go with the bishop. Both moves have been played, and both moves. I think, as you said, bishop b3 is probably the most played. So let's jump to the next game.
Yeah.
And here we have another Israeli player, an international master, Sokolovsky.
Yeah.
I don't know how old he is. I think he's a young guy, but I'm not sure. We have to check it out.
Playing against our Finnish friend.
The Finnish friend, yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, he's a young
2006.
guy. He's an international master.
Yes.
He's only 17 years old. 24-43.
Yeah.
A big talent, I would say.
Of course.
And he is playing against this guy from Finland who is a little bit older.
Yes, he was.
He still is.
But actually he played a very good game, I think.
Yeah, he played excellent.
So he might be better than
his
rating and what you can expect. So will be interesting
also
to see.
international master, a little bit lower rating. Probably not a professional chess player.
No.
But a strong player anyway, and we can expect quite an interesting game here. So let's see the opening here.
Yes.
So the Israeli played e4. We have e5, knight f3, knight
we
c6.
have this old line.
And now we get the Schliemann variation, or the Jenisch gambit.
Yes.
Whichever you want to call it.
And I don't know what is the situation today, because I studied this like 20 years ago, and already then it was very difficult to come to a conclusion what is the situation and so on, from what I remember.
I think it's still considered to be quite okay for black to play.
I haven't seen that there is like a win for white, forced win or something like that.
No, there is no refutation, so it's actually playable. It's actually playable. I've played it with black. And also played against it with white, and I think, it's quite interesting game actually. It's quite aggressive, and Sokolovsky he chose the most let's say safe option here to play d3.
Yes.
And I think when you're if you play this line and you are surprised by it with white, d3 is always a good choice. Well, we can just mention that the sharpest move is probably to play knight c3. But then black has a lot of options. He can play this move, knight f6.
But the old line was taken at e4.
Or you can take, and now you again
and
after
then d5
taking,
and
then you can either go with d5 or knight f6. Both these lines are playable, and it can be very messy. and lots of long lines. So I understand the choice of D3.
Of course, not the least if this is a bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
This I don't know what is the normal repertoire of Koika.
We don't know that.
So
Maybe he always plays it, and then it's no surprise.
then it could be like you have prepared a more sharp line, but if not, I would for sure go for D3. You know.
Yeah, it's a very safe option, and you get the sound position. So let's see what happens in the game. So Black took, played knight f6, and now White played this
Castle, yeah.
gambit or whatever you might call it, but Black usually don't take on e4. It's not considered
Because
to
you
be so
well,
good.
what about take on e4, rook e1?
Yeah, I think that's the point.
Because then you cannot play d5 because it's take on e5 anyway.
I think you can play rook e1 here. I don't know, rook e1 it looks good, or maybe even queen e2, also possible.
Yeah.
So something like that, and usually Black cannot do this because he has already weakened himself and thrown away a move more or less with f5. So I think it's very dangerous. So this didn't happen. Black played d6, which is the normal move.
Yes.
And now bishop c4.
Yes.
It's a little bit of a trick because again you might be tempted to take this pawn.
But then you have queen d5.
Then there comes a shocker here.
Yes.
Queen d5, threatening a mate here. Okay, do we have anything from the chat?
We have some questions.
Okay.
What is a professional chess player? We have question.
Yeah, that's a good question.
A full-time chess player that always in tournaments we have as a suggestion as an answer to that one. But I would say that make their living from chess. That's the classical.
Well, okay, there is a difference between being a chess teacher and a chess player.
Yes.
And I would say that if you play more than you teach, you could maybe call yourself a chess professional. But if you mainly teach chess and do things like that, maybe you wouldn't call yourself professional.
Chess player, no, exactly.
No, then you can be a professional chess person,
yes,
or something,
something like that.
Coach, yeah.
Something like me then, or
Yeah,
maybe even you, maybe.
Well, yes, I would say
Yeah.
I do a lot of things in chess, but I don't play that much anymore.
Exactly.
But I do other things like commenting and so on.
Mhm.
So bishop c4 anyway. Black did not fall for this trick. Played bishop g4.
Yes. And now, of course, knight d4 is in the sleeve for black.
Yeah.
So you have to watch out a bit.
Yeah. So h3, of course, is the normal reaction here. Bishop h5, and now knight c3. And now, of course, if knight d4 comes, you can always put in g4 if you want to.
What about? Yes, okay.
Because I think it goes like this. Let's see here. I think you do this. And let's say black goes for this.
Yeah, exactly. That's what that is the what you said, the critical move in a way.
The critical move. But then I think you take on d4.
And you take on d4.
And then you take on g4, and then you take on.
Wait. Yes.
Maybe queen h4 or something.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You know, I was.
But you can. I think you can maybe just take it. It's not so dangerous. Take on g4, bishop takes, knight f3 again, bishop e2.
Queen h3 and then castling. Maybe it's not. No, I guess my feeling is that it's not enough, but at least it's a bit dangerous, So you have to watch out.
Yeah, this is the type of thing you have to calculate.
Exactly, you need to have.
But the game ends very fast.
Yes.
So you only have to calculate the three or four moves, and
Yes.
suddenly you're winning.
I agree.
So
No, this looks good for white. So, but this is the classical trick, and one key to that is, of course, also that the bishop on c4 can go back to e2. That means that is normally the key move.
Yeah.
So that you do not.
You don't get this permanent pin on the knight.
Yeah. So
queen d7. Yeah.
Yes.
Knight d5.
Yes.
And now long castle.
Yes.
This is not this is not how it usually goes. I mean, this is one of the lines, but this is not maybe the most.
But
common.
it looks quite okay. I mean, from what I can see, because with h3 played,
Yeah.
it is a bit dangerous because if you can play g5, g4 quickly, then you can be fast. So normally in this type of position, that when you have castle in different directions, you go for a pawn run, and this means b4, b5, and so on. But here you are so slow, and black will be faster if you start the type of pawn races. So most likely white will more play like, play on the king's side, even, just strategically try to make use of better prospects in that sense, I would guess.
Yeah,
but
so
we'll see.
So in the game, white went out of this pin.
Yes,
very normal, because this thing is always very irritating, and limits your options. So queen d3, very logical. King b8.
Okay.
And now white played a4.
Okay.
Which I think is a very reasonable move.
Yes.
Of course, you're going to attack.
Yes.
And now we'll see what black. The big question is, what should black play here?
Because one problem is, of course, you want to play rook g8, but then you can see you have the bishop on c4.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Because you simply take on f6.
Yeah, there is a small catastrophe happening.
Exactly. So that's a problem for black. So the question is now, how should black coordinate the pieces now in the attack? And even though there is this g5, g4 idea that looks very promising, it's not so easy to how to do it simply, But the question is, can you take on d5? Will you take with the bishop then?
That's a good question.
How do you take?
The problem with taking here is, of course, that the e6 square could be very strong. I don't know if you're going to take on d5 with the pawn, or probably this move. This looks like the most forcing move. And then can you take here? Is that possible?
Then knight e4,
but the knight is not stable.
No, it's not good. It's not good there.
No, it's not good.
So I believe knight e7 was.
So maybe go here. But now the knight is pushed away, and we could play like something like this. And this looks very nice for white, I think. Black does not have anything, and at some point maybe you can even go for some knight, incursion, or maybe go here and back here. There are so many possibilities.
No, most likely it's. I agree. For me, it looks like white is better in this position. But the key now for black is to try to find the way to coordinate the pieces, and it's not so easily done, like you say.
No, that's the problem with this line when you play it like this. That
should you play knight e7 maybe?
Yeah, this is an option. Like this.
Yeah. My idea was to take on d5 with the e knight. Then you cannot take with the pawn because e4 will come. And if you can swap up the bishop, of course, a lot is won.
Still, it looks like black is fighting for his life here a bit.
Yes.
So, in my view, this is clearly advantages for white, and we can see on the evaluation bar that it gives almost a pawn advantage for white. But
tricky position. So
tricky position, and maybe black knows this line. But if you look at the times,
it doesn't look like that.
It tells another story.
Yes.
It looks like it's white who is the most well prepared.
Yes.
It has only used 5 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever it is, while black has used more than half an hour. So, should we jump to the next game?
Yes, please.
So again, we have an Israeli player, an international master, Bronstein, a famous name.
Yes, but we have Anand in the tournament as well.
Yeah.
So we have some famous players.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
this is another guy player.
Here we have him.
No,
this was wrong.
Yep.
Let's see. I'm gonna find him here soon. Let's see. Bronstein. Here we have him.
Oh,
it's a young
from
guy.
Israel.
22.
Young guy, 22. Okay.
International master, 24, 28. Maybe not one of the biggest favorites here, but definitely a strong player.
Yes, maybe
And-
he's taking care of the other Israeli younger guys. You know,
He could be.
yeah, could be a leader.
And he plays against the Norwegian FIDE
Yes,
master.
and this is interesting because Sad has been part of the training programs that I've been running in Norway. I've been working for both the Norwegian Chess Federation, and today I work also for Offerspiel and Magnus Carlsen with the talent programs. And he has been part of this. He's a very interesting player actually, because he is very talented and has not really been training chess so much, but just a little bit like Elam, that maybe you know. Also this kind of raw talent player that has played a lot, very strong by the board, and as they are not so trained, the potential is huge, because if they would just start to practice more and so on, oh my, that could be so good, you know. So I'm looking forward to see what he can do in this tournament, because he's this type of guy who can, play really good chess when everything comes together. So I'm looking forward to this game.
Yeah. So we have the Israeli playing white against this here. Israeli is a little bit older. Elbi, how old is he?
Saad is born 2006.
Right.
So he's 17 now. Yeah.
17. Yeah. So,
That's right.
but two young guys. When you go into the tournament hall and look around, you see only young guys sitting everywhere.
Not only.
It's like a kindergarten. Yeah.
I think you are exaggerating a bit, Tom. But
I'm just giving you my impression.
your feeling.
It's an impression.
Okay, yes.
But we also have some veterans, and we're going to get back to those because we have some really interesting veterans.
I know you want to focus on them. That's fine, Tom.
Yeah, we're going to do that.
Yes,
we're going to focus on you too, Jesper.
Yes, okay. I'm not. I'm in your category these days, Tom. You know that. So okay, let's go.
Let's see. Okay, so here we have Bronstein is his name.
Yes.
And he plays d4. Excellent move. d5, c4, and we have the accepted Queen's Gambit.
Yes. Exactly.
But we know that it's not a real gambit because white gets the pawn back. And he does so here.
Yes, and all this is exactly.
This has been played many times, thousands of times.
Yes.
And
C5.
black plays c5. And I think yesterday we had some game where it wasn't this position, but where white exchanged the Kaido Kulat's game.
So boring, yeah.
Well, that's the way how you play. Was it in this position that he took on this? It was very close to this position, I think. Maybe the knight was on c6 instead. I don't remember. But anyway, b3, b6, bishop a3. This is slightly unusual, I would say.
Okay, because what is happening here, or what could happen in this type of positions, is that it becomes totally symmetrical, and then the draw is very close, even though there's still fights to be done, like Tom says. But so here you need to try to find a little bit of imbalances, and every imbalance is important, of course, because then you have something to play on. In this case, what white wants to do with his move, that is a little bit provoking, is of course that if black takes on d4, then you take on f8 and the castle is ruined for black. And if you do not take, then you want to play d takes c5 and b takes c5 or bishop takes c5, and there will be a weak pawn on c5. So here you probably need to play knight bd7. Huh? Oh yes, yeah.
That happened in the game.
Yeah, I thought so, because you need to protect yourself against getting this kind of weakness. You know? But and that with white you outrule this possibility of bring the knight to c6 and put pressure on the center. So in that sense, it can be reasonable, but quite rarely you want to have your bishop for a long time on a3. You prefer to have it on b2, so it's on the long diagonal towards the black king on the king side. But interesting move, this.
And we should mention here that this is very theoretical position. It has been played top level games here. We see Mamedjarov, Aronian in one game.
Yes.
Lekwam Lem against Aronian. We see Pragnananda against Carlsen.
Of course.
So we have some really top games played in this line.
Yes.
In exactly this position. So we can suppose or suspect that both players are booked up and they know what they're doing. And they white played d5, which is the move that has been played before.
And in a way, it's logical
Yeah.
that you try to make use of this a little bit strange setup with a knight on d7 and f6, because now you would have liked to have the bishop on b7 to avoid this type of stuff.
Yeah.
But now there is many possibilities, I guess, for black.
Well, he has to take, I think, because else there will be a catastrophe.
Yes, but you could also play b5 maybe.
Yeah, but can't you take on e6?
Probably.
And then
And see, for you lose a pawn. Okay, then it's not so good.
You get a nice position.
I agree. So I take back. So you have to take it. Yeah.
Yeah. But now if you take, the queen comes up. He didn't do that.
No.
But if you play like this, taking on d5 here with the queen, then the queen is extremely strong on d5, and it will attack down here, and the king is a little bit unsafe.
But on the other hand, you have the pair of bishops with black, and that's something you want to have. So at least this must be something that has been analyzed,
Yeah.
Because, and now it's so sharp now. But I thought also, if you play rook b8, maybe knight e5 is very strong, because then you threaten to take a checkmate on just rook b8, knight e5. Isn't that a strong move?
Yeah, this is a possibility.
At least I would have been a bit afraid of it,
Well, you could take and play bishop e6, but of course white has a development advantage. Can play knight c3 and rook d1 and so on.
Yeah.
So this is a very sharp game. And
or maybe just bishop b2.
Yeah.
And you have
like
problems with coming to castling.
Yeah. So
okay.
This looks very dangerous, I think. So in this position, black instead played rook b8, which seems to be the prescribed move in all these top games that I mentioned before.
Yes.
And now we have a situation, of course, that black just wants to play bishop e7, maybe castle. Of course, you have to watch out. Sometimes there could be some check here and knight goes to e6.
Yes.
Maybe even trapping the queen in some situations. Let's say, just for fun, let's say white plays this move just for fun, something like this. Maybe you could even think about going here. It could sometimes these things works, but the king can go to g8.
Yeah, I think it's too little bit. Normally you need a check on d5. What?
Yeah, I agree with that. So it's probably not possible in this line.
No.
But it's very close.
Yeah.
And it even, I mean, you get.
No, it shows the tactical possibilities that you
Yeah.
always have to calculate with what
Yeah.
you do now.
Yeah, exactly.
I
But in
guess.
this situation, probably it doesn't work. So it's just one of those things that you look at and you say, okay, maybe in some circumstances this could work.
But I guess because normally you do not want to get rid of this white, this bishop on d5s, but maybe the knight to c3 just to get a strong knight on d5 in the initial position, or the final position we looked at here. Maybe just knight c3 is the correct move,
Yeah. Bishop b2 you mentioned before. Why not? Also possible.
Also possible.
e4 is a possibility. You probably don't want to move the bishop from d5, even though you would like to keep it. You still don't want to move it. I mean, because if you move it, black gets time to. But this could be a game where white wins a knockout.
Yes, if you do not watch out.
If you don't know what you're doing, it could be very dangerous. So let's see how well prepared your guy is.
But this is the problem with him.
Yeah,
is that his opening preparations is not in line
That's
with his skills.
That's what I'm thinking.
So
when you mentioned that, I thought
yes,
maybe he could be trapped in a line like this.
Yes,
because
exactly.
It's tricky to play a line like this if you don't know it, and it's uncomfortable, and you don't know what's going to happen. So now we have gone through all the 8 games where both players have a perfect score. That is 2 points each.
That's correct.
So
should we go back?
Should we? There was talk about one guy here
Yes.
One of the old timers.
Yes, I
And
know.
We have him on the board 20 here.
Yes.
Should we go look?
Yeah, well, I think you should do that just to satisfy you, Tom. Well, you will satisfy me a bit as well, because this is such a legend in the chess world, and so let's take a look. And you can present him, I think.
Well, he is one of those guys who came up already in the times when Spassky was a strong player.
Yes.
You know? And I remember that he came to Sweden.
Maybe you should say his name.
Yeah, Oleg Romanishin.
Yes.
And I remember he came to Sweden and played in a tournament in Gothenburg, I think, together with Spassky. It was before the match where Spassky lost his world championship title.
So he speaks the 60s.
We're talking, I would say probably late 60s, early 70s,
exactly.
something.
60, that's
something
right. Yeah,
I think around that time.
Yeah.
I actually don't know exactly his age, but we will
immediately we need to check it out. Yes, because
Yeah,
because also I believe it's 50 years ago or something. This tournament in Gothenburg. I don't remember it because I wasn't born, but I've heard about it.
You don't remember things before you were born?
No.
Okay, here we have him. Let's see. So he was born in 52.
Okay.
So he's 71 years old. Yeah, but he was young then when he came. I think he was like 17 years old or something when he came to Sweden, and he was the new guy, the new Russian. Yeah, he was the new Russian.
Soviet Union, you should maybe.
Yeah. Well, he's actually not from Russia. He's from Ukraine.
That's right.
So this is important to mention. But it was in the Soviet times, yes.
Yeah.
And he was definitely one of the new guys coming up.
The prodigies,
prodigies. And I remember I had some book about the new Soviet school of chess or something was the name, and there were all these young, Tukmakov and Romanishin and all of these guys were presented with games in this book, and
Yes, and he's this type of guy you have followed through the years, playing on. He was not, of course, in the very, very highest elite.
No, he never.
But in the, in this, just below that, you could say.
When he became known, he was the biggest talent from the Soviet Union. I don't think he really sort of broke through internationally. He didn't become a world championship contender or anything like that.
No.
But he was just always this great talent who played very well. I think today he's a trainer. And he's a very good trainer, I think. And it's very nice to see him play here in this tournament. So
let's take a look.
Let's see what he's doing. What's he up to?
How does he play these days?
How is he doing these days?
Yes.
So he plays black here against a guy called Lachisar Yordanov.
23-12. Can you see how close they are in rating, 23-12 against 23-84.
Yeah.
That's a bit interesting that it's so close between the players when it comes to rating already now in round 3.
Yeah.
That's great, I think.
And this is a young guy. He's 21 years old, Yordanov, and he comes from Bulgaria.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's a FIDE master. So fairly, I wouldn't say evenly matched, but on the one hand we have this experience, on the other hand we have a younger guy, so they might be evenly matched. So let's see what happened in the game. So there was a d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4, e3, classical New-Indian castles.
I can tell you Romanishin has played this sometimes.
Yeah, he has probably played many games. c5, a3.
Okay.
And now we get this. We talked about it before. The double pawns.
d6, e5 idea, I guess.
And he played. Yes, he played. It was. Is it the Hübner variation? Yeah,
exactly.
The Hübner variation.
Yeah, but normally you wait with the castling if you can with black. So, but okay.
e5.
Yes.
And now if white plays with d5 and e4, then black is quite happy, I think. After this pawn goes here, and the knight goes probably down here, or maybe you can even go to a5 and start massaging this.
But normally, I think knight e7.
Yeah, okay. I think it's knight e7 also. I'm not quite 100% sure. I don't know if this is actually the main position in this line. Rook b1, I don't know if that's the most common move.
Mm.
But anyway, white played e4. I think that's the way to do it. It's a pawn sacrifice. You can take on d4, but white is reasoning, I don't mind giving away a pawn because I want to open the game for my bishops.
Exactly. And black wants to keep it closed. So if you take a pawn, okay, you win a pawn, but the position is getting open. So
yeah, and then white gets what he wants. And it's a mess. It's a mess. But white is happy because he gets. And actually, Romanishin, he took the pawn.
Takes up the glove.
Yeah. Like this.
And of course now, beside this that you have an extra pawn, there is of course the open e file. So it will not be completely easy for white to open up
Absolutely
for the pieces. So.
But white avoids this very
boring, blocked.
Blocked. Yeah, I don't know if it's boring because it can be actually very nice for black.
No, it was wrong word.
The knights jump around and black has the right bishop for the pawn formation and everything, and white has the double pawn on the c file. So there are many minuses for white and some good pluses for black. White has more space, but the bishops are not very active. So it's not what you want to play really. And I think this pawn sacrifice is sort of the prescribed way to play for white in this line nowadays. So here we have it. This is the position. And,
okay.
It will be a fight between the bishop pair and black's extra pawn. I would guess that white at some point takes this pawn. I don't know. But
knight c5 will come now. Maybe queen on f6, bishop out, and then rook on e8 and so on. And it's not completely clear how white should make the push.
Maybe white could
bishop b2
could put this here. Maybe go back with this and get some more pressure. He has the knight, he has the queen, and he can sort of focus on trying to take this.
Yes, most likely that's the idea.
Something like that. I don't know.
We'll see. There can be drawbacks with that as well. I even thought that black could put his knight on e6 just to cover up everything. And if you take the pawn, then you will have the white bishop left.
It's true.
So you could try something like that. So okay.
So this will be an interesting fight. I think we should cover this game also. I think.
Of course.
Yeah, because of his.
We have started it. So let's follow him.
Legendary status.
Yes.
And I have to say, I saw Romanishin. I think it was yesterday. I was standing looking in the playing hall, and suddenly I see this guy coming, and I thought, isn't that Romanishin?
Yes, okay.
I didn't know he was in the tournament.
In the tournament.
Yeah, and I was thinking, and of course it was.
No, it's down to 2384. So you didn't see him because you looked at the top players, the tournament.
Actually, in the first round, he actually beat one of my juniors, Hugo.
I bet Hugo. I see. Okay, okay.
Yeah. So that was interesting.
That was interesting.
But it will be very interesting to see what he can do against all these young players. He was a young gun once himself, and now he has to take them on, right?
Yeah, but maybe for your sake, we could have one legend match per round, that we can follow. Rosenthal's we have it as well, and we have some other.
We have Schwan
Bayon.
Unfortunately, he lost. He played a fantastic game yesterday. I thought it was very interesting against Eric Blomqvist.
Okay.
But and I thought he was going to win. But then he lost.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we cannot see it because we didn't have a DGT board for it.
Okay, I see.
Should we go back and start over?
Yes.
So we go up to the.
We're done with the legend. Back to the.
Back to the top here.
Yes.
The 2 pointers. And here we have this Coro-Can game, and things have developed.
And this is, I would say, a typical way that these type of games actually develop, because I've seen this type of structure and these kind of positions many times in this line. We can continue till we come to the end. But
I think as you say, because at first glance it looks like black takes here, he gets strong d5 square, and this is weak and it looks bad. But white also has squares. So white has the e4 square. He can put something here. And that corresponds with this square.
Yes.
And with this square.
Yes.
So there are many weaknesses for both parties.
But I think another thing is that, black can control d5, But the only way to make progress is probably to play c5.
Yeah, and then everything just opens up.
Yeah, it just opens up, and you have a pawn on e5 that is a little bit more advanced, and you have more space. So in that sense, white is playing for a long-term advantage, I would say.
I think this is sort of the insight of this line.
Yes,
you allow this, but you also get squares. So it's an exchange of advantages, you could say.
Yes, pros and cons.
Pros and cons. Okay, let's see what happened.
Yes.
In the game, there was a take here, as we said already. Bishop takes, knight d7, and now knight e2.
Yes.
Not knight f3.
No, I think that the advantage with knight to e2 is, of course, that you can play knight g3 at a position. Knight f4 is also maybe more attractive than going to, if you put the knight on f3, you know, knight g5 might not be so interesting, but knight on f4 is more interesting. And
it connects better with these squares.
Connects better, yes,
yeah.
in
Especially
a way.
with e4 and
yeah,
as you
knight
say.
g3 and knight e4, yeah.
And you can hit the bishop a little bit and so on. So many possibilities. Okay, let's see what happened. Knight e2, knight b6, and we can say that, well, there have been games in this position, but not many games.
No,
not many master games.
Interesting.
So this is sort of a little bit new territory, and I would guess that both players here wants that. None of them wants to go into one of these sharp.
But it can also mean that they will spend some time. But we'll see.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see what happened. So in this game,
bishop b3, of course, you need to move away.
You don't want to exchange.
No.
Knight d5.
Castling, yep.
Bishop b7. Now we have the knight g3.
Yes.
Queen d7.
Yep. This is interesting that white can now take on f5, and that will be e take f5, and well, now you have to judge that.
The problem with taking here is that the pawn on f5 will guard e4.
Yes.
And suddenly white cannot get a knight here.
No.
And he has excellent control. He can always play g6 to
so most likely it's to the advantage of black, you know.
It clarifies the situation a bit, and he's okay with exchanging this bishop. I mean, so of course white does not do that. He plays queen f3.
Yes.
And then she played bishop g6.
Okay.
And
also logical move, I think.
And now knight e4.
Yes.
And now.
Oh, that was a tough move.
Now she played.
This was actually what I was going to say, is the questioning on what side she wants to castle, you know. Because what is happening now is that the game in a way is moving away from a strategic game to, you know, the possibility of getting a more tactical ones.
Yeah, now it becomes tactical immediately.
Yes, because you can immediately, white wants to play either a3, b4, b5 and try to do something in that way, or you can also play a4, a5 and try to do something that way, or simply also play for a more positional approach to play like, the bishop to d2, knight. Rook to c1 and knight c5, So because you do not always have to try start an attack with your pawns, you can also go for with your pieces, of course.
So if we look at it from a pawn perspective,
yes,
white has the obvious a4, a5. But what does black have? Is it f6?
Yes, that's what I thought.
c5 is not in the cards anymore.
No. You can also think about playing h5, h4, maybe to push back this knight.
Yeah.
But I guess that it is f6 that is at least one of the possibilities,
Yeah. So this could be a really tough game. And we can see from the evaluation bar that it says, white is slightly better, but it's nothing dramatic.
I think I would play bishop d2 here. Also because I think if you play a4, maybe black simply plays a5. And then gets a grip on b4.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe.
But then you have to watch out. If you play a4, let's say we do that, and you play this a5, which is definitely possible.
Provocative, but maybe possible, yes.
Maybe at some point you could even go with knight c5 here, and then bishop d2 and try to attack this.
Of course.
I don't know. But it's probably playable. I think so this position is very interesting, and let's see the times. It's about even. She has used a little bit more time, but nothing dramatic.
But it's no doubt that they are out of theory.
No, of course.
It's time to think it for yourself.
This is not theory.
But I can tell you that this is not an easy position to play.
No.
Because players has pros and cons, and there are different possibilities when it comes to ideas and strategies. So
one idea for white could be at some point, if it's possible, to exchange this bishop, for instance, with bishop g5 at some point, and then try to put the knight on d6. It could be a possibility, or c5.
Yeah.
So black has to protect these two squares. I think these two squares are very important. If white can do some jump here,
is it white to play here?
It's white.
What about, can you play knight to c5 immediately?
I think you could. Yeah, I think it's playable.
Because if you take it,
yeah, it doesn't look so nice because you have to play the knight back to a8.
Exactly, that's what I thought. And even in this position, after this, maybe even knight to e4.
So you get this knight a8, and then so it can jump back.
Yeah, but if you look at knight e4, bishop take, queen take, how is that position?
But this was not played. I can see now that bishop d2, your
my
choice.
other suggestion.
Yeah. You guarded yourself with many suggestions. It's a very smart trick.
I'm sorry if now you have ruined my strategy to look good for the audience.
Yeah.
You have done that yourself many times.
I've noticed it, and I've tried to do the same.
Okay.
Yeah. But bishop d2, I like it. it. I think a4 and knight c5, they are sort of committal moves. It's the type of move you want to do them at some point, but there are, when you have such sound and normal moves.
But also you can do it later.
Yeah.
That is also, maybe you want to play rook fd1 first, and then you can come with this move.
And if you now play a4, then black cannot do a5, so you excluded this possibility.
Yeah.
So I like this.
Well, actually, the more I look at the position, I think it feels like white is slightly better here.
Yeah, he's better, but it's so dynamic, and there's so much play and so many pieces, and there are possibilities.
But if I ask you this way, what is the next black move?
Now that's a good question.
Because beside this, that you have an objective situation.
King b8.
Yeah, or is it to play like f6? Do you need to do something like that? That's what I mean. That here you have also some difficult moves
F6,
to be played. Maybe
f6 could be the move. Could be the move. But I'm not sure about f6 now. There is no panic. White is not really threatening anything right now. We are still in the build-up. So I think I would think about king b8. Get the king out of the c5, and also you have knight c8 instead of knight a8, because I don't like this knight a8. And it looks playable.
I agree. It's a normal move. Yeah.
I don't know. King b8.
Yes,
it's a move at least. Anyway,
okay, so but this will be interesting. I think soon. So
we're going to follow this one. And now we go to this one. The two.
Oh, this is
the two Indians.
Oh, this has been very tough.
And we have to go back.
I like this because white has started to really play tough here. We had this very slow opening. You remember? Yeah. And completely symmetrical in a way. But now it starts to move differently. Yeah.
And so we got this to this position here, and this is obviously something that has been played before. This is not new territory.
No.
But knight a4, which is an interesting move. What's the point of knight a4? Does he want to play c5, or what does he want to do? Or maybe he wants to just open up for knight e5. Open up the bishop.
Yes.
Something like that.
Yes, most likely.
So this could come, and then if you maybe even f4 afterwards and get a grip.
And if you play e5 now.
Yeah, he could have done that, but the young guy, the young grandmaster, only 16 years old, he took on c4 instead.
Maybe it's better, but
opens up the bishop.
Okay. No. Okay.
Yeah. And then the c5.
And c5, yeah. Okay.
It's kind of logical. And then we got the knight e5 move.
But wait. What about if you play d takes c5?
Yeah.
You have to take with the bishop.
I'm not sure.
Or do you take with a pawn, maybe?
Why not the knight?
I take on b6, and you play
then
queen c7, maybe.
Or
No,
rook,
yeah,
rook
okay,
d8
no,
maybe.
sorry.
Rook d8 maybe.
Rook d8, yeah, that's my question. How is this position then?
I don't know, but this looks dangerous.
And knight d4.
Then you have queen c7. You take on
Yes,
h2.
yeah, correct. No, it's looks dangerous. I agree.
So many threats. Bishop f3,
You're
knight
right.
d3.
You're right. No, it's good. No, it's
yeah.
just so I understand.
Yeah, no, but that was a good line because it shows that black's position is quite good. I mean, the pieces are in well. The knight on a4 is not so well placed, I would say.
Well, it depends.
It's on a sort of separate.
Yeah, but on the other hand, it's actually put pressure on b6 and so on. So I wouldn't say that it's extremely bad.
I didn't mean extremely. I just say it's not so well. Black has very harmonious. I mean, look at these. Yeah. Look at this knight here. This knight, they are connected, and these bishops are pointing down towards the king.
Yeah, but white has got a strong center, you know.
Yeah.
So this is.
But this, what's this? Okay, it has some pressure here, but we saw one line where you try to do that, then you lose. So
yeah. No, I think that white will follow up with f4.
Wouldn't it be better if
stabilize?
say that this knight was on some good square like f3 or g3 or whatever?
I want to play f4 and then put the knight on f3. Then
Okay.
I'm back. You know, the knight on a4 to f3. Then I'm fine.
Yeah.
But okay.
But okay, it's black's move.
But I think what is interesting now is that the structure has changed from more symmetrical to now really tough. You know.
Yeah. Now it's
and we have two different ideas coming up. White will have a strong center, but a little bit problems with coordination. Black's pieces are harmonious, but on the other hand, if you do not find any way to put pressure on the center and so on, white might be good in the long run. So here it's important for black to find a way to put pressure on.
And he did.
Rook
f8.
Yes.
Very logical move. And now your f4 move, I think, was definitely necessary in this situation. And now rook ab8.
That was strange move.
Well, I guess.
Go back. I had one strange idea here.
You want to do something drastic?
I want to do something. Yeah, I know. I just wanted to take a look. Okay, no, I can't find anything else. Okay,
so rook b8. I mean, if you don't see anything concretely, you need. And I think one idea could be to play bishop a8. Maybe but even
also, of course, you cover up in a way b6. So.
And you cover b6, and you have this bishop a8, maybe b5, trying to kick this knight on c3 and create some commotion here. So it looks quite.
But would you prefer to play black or white in this position, Tom?
That's a good question. I think I would prefer black. I think black has a sounder position. White's position is a little bit overextended, with f4, d4 and so on. And I don't really see this big attack. I mean, g4, g5, is that what's happening? But then you play knight e4.
No.
So it's not easy to see how white is going to continue. I have a feeling that white is sort of trying to, consolidate a slightly overextended position.
Okay, interesting, because I think that in one sense I would prefer to play white. Because
in the long, it looks nice, but
still, it's not easy to judge actually.
Yeah, I think it's easier to be black. Rook b8, queen e2.
Yes.
And now taking here.
Okay.
And this move, interesting.
He wants to swap off. So what he has done is that he has identified the weakness in white position, and that is d4. And this is exactly how you should think normally when you play against hanging pawns, that this is the d4 and c4, on their own in the center. Normally you want to attack one of them, so they have to be pushed so that there becomes holes in the position. Yeah. And that's why this is quite interesting, this move, bishop to a3, because now it's clear that it is the d4 pawn that is the weakness. So he will try to put pressure on this one in the forthcoming parts of the game.
We talked about it yesterday. It's not so much about if you're better or worse. It's more about, is it easy to play?
Yeah.
And I think if you can create a weak pawn on d4, it's very nice to play against such a pawn, right? And
Maybe rook b1 now.
yeah, there are many moves for white. I don't think white is in any big danger here, but still, he has to. How do I coordinate this knight with these pawns here and maybe a weak pawn and so on? Black just has all the pieces on the right squares.
Yeah.
But of course, black could become passive here. But I don't see this happening.
No, I don't think that will happen.
No.
In that sense, the normal is to play with f5 to try to get free space for the d pawn and or something like that in the right moment.
Do you want to do that now?
No. I just say that g4 will never happen, but f5 I think is the move. To try to open up lines for the rook and so on.
But even so, you don't really see what's coming.
No, I don't say it's extremely dangerous.
No.
I just say that this is more likely to come than g4 for sure.
What white does not want to happen is that more and more pieces are exchanged and these exposed pawns are hanging here. It will be not only these two, because then you would like to. The best move would be to play this back here.
No, why? I like the pawn on f4.
Yeah.
I think f5 is.
But if you exchange more pieces here,
yes,
at one time or another there will be some rook coming in here on the second rank, and then this f4 move.
Okay. In the long run.
Yeah, but I'm looking forward. Let's say 7 or 8 moves. Yeah. What's going to happen? And we see black has already started this exchange maneuver. I think it's very smart.
You're a visionary guy.
I don't know if I am, but I have some experience with
some
getting opponents' rooks on the second file, and everything goes
everything goes wrong.
Yeah, everything goes wrong, and I shouldn't have played f4. But I tell my juniors always, when you want to play f4, think again.
Think again.
Yes. Yeah, it's not necessarily a good move. You weaken your king forever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
That's a small
Let's
rule.
keep this as a rule.
Yeah, we can keep it. Okay. Yes. Let's go to the next one. So here we have our Swedish hero.
I see a threat here.
I see a threat, and he has actually gone over to tactics. He threatens mate in one move.
Yes.
It's quite a sharp position here. Black has the pair of bishops, but he has a weak d pawn maybe, and the bishop on b7 is not so strong here. So I don't know.
This is not so easy to judge this position, huh? Also because that there is clear advantage for white when it comes to the pawn structure, but look at the activity that black has got.
Yeah.
The queen maybe go to g6, and then the knight comes to e4, and you always have to watch out for the push d4.
I think this is a position where Ralph feels very much at home.
Yes,
because he has this d4 square protected. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces, so he blocking this. Okay, if black suddenly could do this, and that could be a catastrophe, but he cannot do that right now. I think I think Ralph is quite happy. I think black has lots of activity, and it's definitely not any problem for black in this position, but it's easier to play white here, I believe.
Okay, so queen g6.
You want to play queen g6? Yeah. Okay, let's try it.
Then there can be a draw with knight h4, queen g5, knight f3. So but
yeah, this could happen. Yeah, I think this looks quite good, because the knight can come to e4 maybe, or maybe d4 is a threat at some point.
Now it's d4, I think, is the threat. So
maybe I don't know. Is it a threat?
That's well, not a real threat.
I think maybe you could take with the knight here. But I agree with you. This could be dangerous. So yeah.
And then maybe you put the bishop from if you, let's say knight ed4, then knight comes to e4, and then the bishop to c8, and at least something,
Yeah, something like that. So we'll see what happens. This is a position where there are many moves. There is also this move. I don't know about that, but maybe you could go here, knight e6, protect, and maybe you have a threat here with bishop e4.
Can you play? Yeah,
I don't know.
Oh, I don't know either.
That's another idea. But maybe after
Maybe
after 96, maybe you can
I think
just
you
play
knight d4. You play knight e d4, I think. You know.
Yeah, that's one.
Then you have to play rook c8, I guess. Huh?
And the game goes on.
And the game goes on.
Typically in these positions that white wants to exchange pieces. And
Except,
if you
but
can-
that's
if you
why
can
I
do that-
prefer to put the knight on e4 instead of knight e6.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe
But
that's
I don't
better.
know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway,
Yes.
we will get back to this. So
Mhm.
let's take a quick look at this one.
Ah.
This looks nice for white, I think. Well, the king is now f1. We shouldn't forget about that. So how did this happen?
Yeah, this is
Where were
exactly
we?
what I was thinking about. What
This
happened
was
here.
this was this game.
This game, yeah, okay.
Yeah. So we
Mhm.
have
Knight g3. It was played here, huh?
knight g3, yeah, castles,
Mhm.
and e4,
Oh,
advance in the center.
that's a tough move, actually.
d5.
This is something you need to have been preparing, you know,
Yeah, and
because this is.
this has been played, and your old friend Stellan Brunel has been played this
Oh no.
with black
Okay.
against Ian Rogers,
The Australian guy. Yeah.
top guy, yeah. At least he was for a while.
King take.
king
Okay,
takes.
good.
d5, e5, knight e8,
Oh, I like this for white.
knight e2, queen d7, knight f4,
Yes.
and c6. So this is how it happened.
Because now, you know, the problem is for black is how to play. Is it f6 that will come? But then e6 is actually a bit annoying.
Mm-hmm. And then
I think in this
f5.
position I would play h4 actually. To play able to play h5, but also to maybe even get out with the rook on the h file.
Yeah, you need to somehow connect the rooks or get the rook out. So h4 looks quite good. The question is, does black have any count? Black has a sort of awkward position with his knights.
Exactly,
this-
but also the problem
knight
was that
cannot-
c5. Then the d5 pawn is so weak. So the problem is
It
where
doesn't
to
work,
put
right?
where to put the
Yeah.
you know how to put the pieces. So c5 does not work. Also
No.
a3 is a bit awkward, you know.
And this one is
a3 is very strong. Bishop a5 and
yeah,
then take.
yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't work. But
No.
it's white's move here.
Yeah.
So maybe h4 possible.
Or bishop b3, of course, is also a possibility, I guess.
Yeah, this looks like a normal move. This is going to be very interesting, but we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Yes,
So we'll
but my feeling is that white is a bit better, actually.
yeah, probably. He played queen d3,
Mhm.
also decent move. Ideas could be like knight f5 maybe at
Mhm.
some point.
Mhm.
You could go for some sort of knight attack here. You put this
Mhm.
here and you put this here and you try to take here and then you whatever. Maybe you take
And the
with this
one
one.
good
and-
thing with this move is also that you
check.
outrule knight a6.
Yeah, also.
Knight a6, knight c7,
Yeah.
you know. That's
So black has to find some maybe queen e7 or something, but then knight f5. Yeah, so
Mhm.
knight f5 is
Maybe this is a good move.
yeah.
Queen d3.
queen
I don't know.
looks decent.
The more you look at it, the better it seems. Yeah.
Probably better for white.
Mm.
So let's go to the next one. And here we have
Yes.
Rakesh
Oh, this is.
against the young guy Costa Leonardo,
Okay.
the German guy.
Yeah.
And what do we have here? We have white has a pawn. What's this? The symmetrical game?
Mm-hmm. But you know,
You said
black
it-
will take the pawn on h5, so it's
Yeah,
not.
we had this enormously. Yeah,
He played my move. I knew it.
But you have to be careful when it's symmetrical.
Yes.
You cannot do this forever. Anyway, knight takes d7,
I take
and
D-
he took.
No, we should have taken on d2. Just come on.
No, but then you lose, right?
Maybe, but it was more like, you know, in principle, you should continue the. Okay, king take d7. I'm sorry, I'm joking.
I think after knight takes d2, you can play queen takes b6,
B6,
and knight
yes.
takes b6, and then you take the knight on d2,
I agree.
and you have a pawn.
Up.
Well, bishop d8, you lose the knight. Maybe it doesn't work.
What do you mean?
Well,
Queen take b6 is strong, isn't it?
it should be strong. Well, you said this move.
Yes, and then queen take b6 is good.
I don't know if this is good.
Yeah, I think.
Is
so.
it good?
Isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, he has to take back. I was thinking the knight could get.
Yes.
But
knight
it
take
cannot.
back.
Maybe it cannot get stuck because you have knight c8. Yeah.
What do you mean?
But if the rook moves on the 8th, then you can go out here
Yeah, but you
after bishop d8.
no, you cannot play bishop d8.
Not immediately.
No, but where do you want to go? Then I take the I take the knight on d2
you
in the
take
next move.
Yeah.
And white is simply pawn
Yeah,
up.
that's
Let's
true.
leave 2 pawns up, you know.
Yeah,
So.
but you never get to play knight b3. Yeah.
No.
Well, yeah, you can play knight b3, but then it's a pawn. It's
Mhm.
always a pawn.
Okay.
So king d7.
Yes,
And
that's
now,
fine.
Now came g4.
Okay.
That's a bit harsh.
But yeah.
Do you like this g4?
No, I think this is. I don't know. Yeah, I think g4 is okay.
Yeah, it's probably okay.
But I think it's a very drawish position in many ways.
So some exchanges. And the king comes.
And now g5. No, h5. Okay. Yeah, I would have played that as well. And bishop f5. Yeah, rook g8. Take, and rook g8.
So it's still sort of a bit. It's not symmetrical, but it's kind of even, I would say.
But isn't black a little bit better here? You take on h5.
Could be that black's position is more easy to play.
Exactly.
I'm not so impressed with this g takes h5 and all this g4 and everything.
No.
It's the type of thing you do.
Could actually be rook. If you play rook take h5.
Mm-hmm.
Then
But it's white's move.
Yeah, but maybe there is this e4. You have this e4 idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then you threaten the rook with.
Can you play in h6?
So what do you want to do here with
No,
white?
I
Move?
I don't know actually.
Some rook move, double up.
Maybe.
Something like this.
Yeah. Take on h5.
But then you take here, an e4.
Maybe e4.
At least it gets a bit complicated.
Yes.
If you take, can you take and play rook h4 or something? Threaten the bishop? I don't know.
Sorry, what is
Well, if you take, I don't know if you should take, but maybe you can
take
take.
with the pawn?
Take,
Mhm.
and now something like this.
But you can take on f5 and then take on e6 if you like.
Yeah.
Should be a draw.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. No, but I think this is very drawish.
Let's take another game.
Let's go forward.
Yeah. This is more interesting.
This game we talked a little bit about this, and there was
It
a
was this
question
woman, yeah.
where should she put the bishop?
She put it on b3.
She played bishop b3, d6,
Yeah.
d4, bishop b6, and now she went for the exchange.
Okay, but that is.
And this is possible. If you take on f7 now, I think you play rook f8 and knight g4, and it's actually good for black.
Yes.
So this is not as good as you could. I think this is the normal move.
No, but this is good for black.
Yeah, at least it's not bad.
Knight to bishop to g5 maybe.
Well, you have to protect your bishop, right?
Yeah, bishop to d5.
Also, okay, I thought you said g5. Okay, bishop d5, yeah. And I guess you could take and play bishop b7, something like that.
Something like that. Yeah.
Probably you're gonna win the pawn back.
Yeah.
In the game,
No,
she played bishop g5.
But I think that this is not the toughest solution to play like this. This surprises me a bit. This variation. Is this the game?
Yeah.
Okay. Because here, I mean,
This is actually the position.
Mhm.
Black played f6.
But black has got no problems here.
No. I think it's
It's
okay.
hardly. It's
But
almost white will have
Yeah,
to prove
yeah,
something
yeah.
here, because
there's a problem with the bishop. Bishop
Mhm.
e3 you can take, and so I think white played very, let's say, unambitiously or over ambitiously or whatever. But we have this rating difference here. We have
Of course.
I am with
Yes.
444,
Yes.
and we have this girl, and she has
Mm.
only 2093. Maybe she didn't know this line.
But still, of course, she's not played bad. But it's more like, it's not the toughest way to approach the situation and so on. So,
But White has not managed to get anything from the opening. So let's go to the next one. We have
Yes, we have this interesting game.
This is very interesting, and we saw A4. We saw A4.
Yeah, and bishop. Yeah.
And knight E7.
Yes, that's what my move.
That's your move.
And now I said again, the interesting thing is that normally you want to run with your pawns.
Yeah.
But maybe it's too slow. To start to run with them. And look what happened in the game. I think that was quite cool.
You played knight C3.
He went back. Yes.
H6.
Yes. And now
rook A3.
Exactly. So because this is something that's people sometimes forget that if you go for an attack, you do not have to run with your pawns. You can go with the pieces, only. Just like if it is castling on the same sides. So sometimes you forget that. I can say that when I also analyze with my students and so on. That they always say that castling on different sides. Let's go with the pawns.
Pawn storm.
But it's okay to go with pieces as well.
Yeah. This is an interesting choice by White. So we'll see what happens.
I cannot say if it's a good move, actually.
It's difficult to say.
But at least it's interesting.
Because it will be a race here.
Yes.
And I'm not seeing... It's not so clear how White actually wins this game.
No, I think... But because rook A3, the normal idea is to play
what is the plan?
rook B3.
Let's say it's White's move. What do you play?
Yeah,
rook B3?
Yeah, and then go for bishop to A6 and A5 and so on.
Yeah.
That's normally what you want to do. But... also after rook b3, king to a8, I cannot really see that it's a danger. And g5, g5.
But maybe you can play like bishop e3 and knight to b5 and try to...
Yeah, maybe. But I think it's a very interesting position.
It is.
And I cannot say that white is better here. I'm not sure that rook a3 is the right idea. And what has been played now.
It's impossible to say. It's interesting. We'll see what happens. This we will just have to follow.
Yeah, we must follow this game. This will be interesting.
So now we go to
the young
guy
Norwegian.
from Norway, and we can see that we had a position here with e4.
He played e4. Okay, instead of I thought knight to c3 was the best move.
Bishop e7, knight c3, castles. Queen e2, b5, bishop b2, knight b6, rook a d1. A very logical play from White here.
That's
and
also
queen c7 black played.
Also a good move, because you do not have to take on d5 because the bishop will not go anywhere. So it's not bad to wait and see.
But White didn't really get what we thought in the opening. He could have maybe...
My feeling is that, it doesn't look so very tough, played by White. I think black is okay here.
Yeah, probably.
That's my feeling,
But White, of course, is also okay.
Yes, everyone is okay.
Almost all pieces. What could be a little bit irritating for White is that, at some point black is going to take the bishop. And then he gets the...
Actually, I thought about, is it a threat to play b4?
Maybe.
And then take on d5?
Could be.
And then play bishop d6 or something like that, So now,
Queen e3.
Can you play b4 now?
It's possible.
Where do the knight go?
But you weaken your pawn formation. I mean, you're gonna take on d5 at some point.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you do it immediately, the knight will take back. Most likely, don't you think so? Or
might, yes, probably. Maybe, but you could also prepare it, play some other move. I don't know. But this is not clear.
Also, rook e8 is normal here.
Yes,
but of course, then bishop g5, and then you take the bishop. Yeah, that's right, exactly.
This is
rook e8 looks normal.
Nice idea. I don't know what White is. White would like at some point maybe to play e5 or you want to do something, but how do you actually?
But how do you do it?
How do you actually attack here?
What about the time? Oh, look at the time. White has spent a lot of time because you remember after the opening.
Yeah.
It was actually Sad who had worst time, I think.
Yeah.
But now it has changed. So obviously Bronstein has not found, the right path, or at least he's out of theory and is not prepared for this kind of battle that we have now, in the same way as he was in the opening. So, no,
I think White's position is a little bit difficult to play. You want to get this attack, you want to open up the bishops, but Black can always take on d5, and Black has also ideas with attacks. I mean, you can play like bishop d6 after pawn takes on d5. You can take with put the bishop on d6, rook e8, and so on, and knight g4. There are many moves.
I like rook e8 here.
So this looks. Yeah, I agree with you.
I would prefer to play Black.
Yeah, I think Black is better now, slightly better, because this bishop, where does it go? It doesn't go anywhere. It's just sitting there, sitting duck, and it will be taken at some point, and it's Black's option to do it whenever he wants to.
Exactly.
So that's a big advantage. Okay, now we're going down to the veteran game. And then we're going to have a coffee break. Yeah.
Yes.
So we
always end the legends with a coffee break, because that is in line with the.
They need some stimulants. Okay, so this was the position, I think, knight d7 we saw. Bishop c2.
Yeah,
as we said, you can go for the pawn. Knight e5.
Okay.
Knight takes.
Going for the c4 pawn. Oh, he's greedy. Sorry, yeah. But this... What is happening here?
Yeah. And now he played queen d4, which looks...
Did he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did, okay.
Queen d4. But I can see that the computer actually suggests, because we see it's quite a big advantage.
Yeah.
And as you said, you can also attack with the pawn pieces.
Yes.
And we have a classic rover.
Yeah.
The rook up and over.
But also because you're actually threatening to play rook c3 and go for the c6 pawn. So this is an idea with the several purposes,
Yeah.
And that's normally a sign that this is a good move, that you have different threats in one move.
But this didn't happen?
No.
I would say rook b3 is not, for me, it's not an obvious move.
No.
And mainly because there are so many alternatives.
Yes.
That's the problem. Often we say, I didn't see the right move. But you saw a lot of other moves and you chose one of them. That's the problem. The abundance of possibilities.
Also because queen d4 looks quite okay. Because queen d4, rook d1, and you have pressure and so on. So.
Yeah. And the guy is playing a legend.
Yes.
That's
he's playing a legend.
That's dangerous. So you really have to be careful. Maybe you don't want to play like rook b3. It looks a little bit cheap,
Yes, so you cannot play that against a legend.
No, you have to. So he plays a very solid.
Okay.
But maybe that was a very good chance. And now Oleg.
That's a normal move, of course.
Played bishop e6. Very nice. He has played it very. Very solidly, I would say.
But he's a bit behind on time.
He's he's thinking long on his games, on his moves, and they have only made 16 moves, and he has 24 moves to play in 36 minutes. That could be a problem for him, actually.
Yes.
The opponent, the Yordanov from Bulgaria, I guess he was.
Yeah.
He has 52 minutes, almost an hour.
Yeah.
You have to calculate also they get 30 seconds for each move.
Yes,
so
that's correct.
It's not as bad as it seems.
No.
But still.
Is this the position?
This is the position.
Ah, okay.
This is the actual position. And with this, we take a coffee break. We will be back in like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So stay tuned for more interesting stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
This is actually very interesting.
Yeah.
This game.
So we're back again.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm getting so excited immediately. So
You
I'm
do
sorry,
want to
yes.
rush into the
I'm
chat.
sorry.
We have to talk a little bit first.
Yes. Okay.
Well, anyway, here we are again. It's me, Tom Wedberg, and my co-host, the excellent Jesper, who will explain everything when I cannot say anything.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I do my best.
Yeah. Anyway, we fascinating games, and I've actually been drinking some coffee, but I've also walked in the tournament hall.
Mm-hmm.
So I know I've looked into the future. I know a little bit of what's going to happen.
Yes. You're cheating all the time.
Or a little bit of interesting play, I would say, on many boards.
Mm-hmm.
So we will start now with the top board.
Uh-huh.
Kaido against Monica.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this looks really interesting to me because it was also so fascinating, this position, because there were several different possibilities and it was not completely clear what is the right route to play.
And typically we didn't suggest the move she played. In
Of course not.
No. So we were talking about f6 and king b8, I remember. We had different ideas, but she maybe wisely decided to just move back.
Mm-hmm. Also because then, after knight c5 that we were speaking about.
Yeah, then she can switch maybe.
Knights, yes, that's right.
Yeah.
But of course also she is threatening the pawn on d4, possibly.
Yeah. Putting some pressure. Maybe you can take it, maybe not. White has to do something about it. And he did. He played knight e2. Which is a small victory for black, I would say, because the knight was quite good and the knights were connected. But now the knight is on a much more passive square, so yeah, not too bad for black.
So then probably knight c7 was good, yeah, if this is... Yeah.
Now rook f8.
Yes, preparing for the idea that we thought she was going for immediately.
And white played rook fd1, very logical, and now came this move.
But the question was, again, because I when I saw this, I thought about how good is it, because if you take on f6, and you do not want to take with a bishop, I guess, because that just looks bad from my point of view, so you have to take with a pawn.
This should be the move.
But then bishop h6 is a bit annoying, actually, because I was looking at that.
That's a very interesting move.
Because if you play rook g8, you probably can just take on f6.
Yeah.
And if you play rook f7, the rook is a bit strange on f7. Maybe you can even play knight c5 in that position. But
e6 is well guarded with the knight.
Yes.
So maybe
you just take it and play knight e5.
Something like that. Maybe it's not the end of the world. I mean, black has a very solid position here. But I agree with you. I was also
a little bit. At least it's a bit, a bit strange position, if I put it this way. So I was not sure what is this like.
But maybe yeah. I think this is possibility. I don't know. We don't know what happened here. Because it's white's move, and there are many options.
No, the thing was after take on f6, bishop h6, rook f7. It's also that you cannot push the e pawn or at the f pawn in a way. Looks also strange.
You could take like this, but of course you don't want to, because now knight
c5 is probably very strong. Yeah.
But the bishop is more active, so. But I agree with you. It doesn't look so good. So I also. Maybe f6 is a little bit hasty here. Maybe you should have waited. Maybe played something. Maybe this king b8 idea is not so bad after all.
No, maybe.
Or
move back with a knight to d5.
Something
maybe.
like that. Yeah, the other knight. Maybe. Yeah, this is possible. Anyway.
Okay, let's
move on, and we'll see what happens here. It's a very this game is becoming more and more critical, and we can also see that they are playing very slow because they have used up almost an hour, and they have only made 16 moves.
Yeah, because I think that all the ideas we're looking at, Tom and I, now are, what do you say, not normal classical ideas. It's, here it's more a creative, unusual. Also the position of the pieces and the ideas, that makes it difficult for the players. Because you have to invent something new in a way when you play.
I think this pawn formation with the hole on d5 and pawns on d4, e5. It's not the usual. It's very typical for this c4 line.
Yeah.
And you don't see it in other openings. It's kind of a unique setup. And so it's not so easy. You don't have these standard moves you can rely on. You have to, as you say, you have to invent something every time, every move. So I expect that this will be a very sharp game with little time and lots of things happening.
Yes.
It will explode. Let's go to the next game.
So we look forward to that. Oh, here we have a strange position.
We have to move back so we can reconnect.
Yeah.
So white played f4. And we had this rook b8. We talked about that. Queen e2 and this exchange. And now this interesting bishop a3 move. And white took. And now, interestingly, we thought knight takes d7 was the only move, but no. The young guy, let's remind the viewers, he's only 16 and he's a newly baked grandmaster.
Newly baked?
Yeah, newly baked.
Yes.
Straight from the oven.
Straight from the oven, exactly.
Yeah, he became an IM 2022 and GM at 2023. I mean, that's quite good at 16.
Yes,
very good. Not too bad. I would say that's the typical Indian, progression.
Yes.
You progress quickly up. So he's really talented guy.
Actually, on knight take d7, maybe you could have played d5 or f5.
Yes, of course. There were lots of moves to play. But I think it's interesting because we were talking about the knight on a4 and so on, and it can take on b6. But how good is it? That's the problem, and that was the sort of discussion around this knight. Is it a good bad knight? We didn't know.
I think this is a good choice.
Yeah.
Because in the other variation, maybe white has got an easy play after d5 or f5, something like that. And now, even though you sacrifice a pawn, you can feel that all the white pieces are hanging loose, a little bit like you said, and not the least the pawn on d4. So in that sense, it will make it easier to play black than white.
That's what I'm thinking. I think he's thinking in the practical terms. I want to have easy moves, and my opponent will have the bad moves or difficult moves. And I'm willing to give a pawn for that. And that's what he's doing here. So after knight takes, there was bishop takes b2, intermediate move. And of course, you cannot take on d7. You have bishop d4 check and then take back. So you have to take with the queen. And now this one. And we have the pin. And this is not... To play white here is not easy. You could play like c5 just to secure, but then you give the d5 square, right?
No, but also rook d8, and it's almost hanging immediately.
But the knight takes on d7.
Oh, sorry, I missed that. Okay, of course.
So it's you could play c5.
That's right.
But it's not a move you want to play. I mean, this looks
knight d5 maybe even, yeah.
Maybe knight d5, something. You give a lot. And you remember what I said about the f pawn and
I forgot that.
Yeah. Okay. But
yes, no, it's of course. The question is here, but that's why I think it was smart to sacrifice a pawn. Yeah. It was also that it can be a weakness instead of a strength with f5. But
probably white is fine because there is no big threat right now. But in this type of position, you see many ghosts. Like the knight comes here, suddenly you threaten to take here, you threaten to jump in, you threaten to take. I mean, there are lots of things happening. The queen might start jumping, and white tries to defend. So
no doubt, it's easier to play black. You could put
this way. I think so. It's easier, but the position is probably. I mean, white has a pawn. Yes, it's not any pawn; it's a passed pawn. So I mean, it's a really valuable pawn, worth more than a pawn. Yeah. But still, I think it's a very unclear game.
But then the question is, how should you play? Should you play rook b1, for example?
Yeah, I don't know. d4, how do you protect d4 after some good move? I mean, you can play rook b1, but you still don't threaten to move the knight, right?
No, the idea is more like you're threatening the...
But let's say, okay, let's have a look.
Do you play queen to d6 or something like that?
Maybe queen d8?
Or queen d8, yeah.
I don't know.
No. But it may be even d5 and c5.
Yes.
Could be played.
Yes.
For white.
Yes.
And then it's hanging on a6.
Yeah.
So it's also this could be a possibility maybe, I don't know.
but black still has lots of play.
Yeah, but I just mean that you can maybe sacrifice back just to get the strong knight on b6 and And also
I just noticed an interesting thing. This position has been played before. Between two ladies.
Oh, okay.
Stefanova against Hu Yifan.
Okay, interesting.
In 2012, so 11 years ago this was
but
played.
I don't think that is part of the calculation, do you?
And in that game we can just inform the viewers that White played C5 in that game. But I don't think that these players are aware of this game.
No. I cannot imagine that.
That would be very, very, very strange. So they are just thinking for themselves here. But C5 is a very normal move, I would say, even though it gives away some things. And we can also add that this game ended in a draw between the ladies in 2012.
So it's like a little bit the compensation is enough, but not more for black.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I think it will. Is it interesting? Maybe the normal result would be a draw.
Yes.
But there is a lot of play still. So and possibilities to go wrong because
it could go either way. It could White can win, black can win, or a draw. It's not one of those solid, rock solid draws.
No.
It's more like it's 50-50 with all results possible. So let's go and see the Swedish hero Ralf.
Yes.
And
he has played a strange move.
Well, the knight on c6.
Yeah, you can, if you go back.
Yeah, we have to go back.
Because I think there was something happening earlier on here.
Something must have happened.
Yes.
Let's see. So where were we?
No, forward. We were quite more forward, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, this is this is interesting, but he plays this because if he takes with the pawn, then he loses, right?
Yes.
But when he plays this, now you cannot take because take, and there is finally a check here, and you win the rook. So so we can't do that.
So you force a bad structure for black.
Yeah, you force a bad structure, but so this we saw this position.
And here we thought about queen g6.
Yeah.
Or at least we discussed that.
Or knight e6, we said.
Yeah.
But of course, he played something else.
Of course.
Yes. So f6.
Yeah.
Also possible. We didn't come to that move, actually. That was an obvious...
No.
But again, I don't like moving my f-pawn because you weaken your...
In this case, I mean, it's much better than putting it on f5 in that sense that it actually closes the long diagonal for the bishop on b2 and the queen on c3.
I'm joking a little bit here, but you should always be aware of the long-term implications of the moves because some pawn moves you cannot take back, and moving the f-pawn is always...
It's very few, I think, you can take back on the pawn moves.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Anyway, so in this position, we saw knight ed4. I think we said that that's very likely. Bishop c8. And now he played knight c6, which is it's a little bit interesting now because we said that if the black idea is of course to go for an attack on the white king. It's obvious that both bishops now pointing towards the king. Maybe queen g6 can come in the next step, and then knight to e4, and you have all the pieces ready for an attack, and then it will be dangerous. So I think that what he wants to do now, Ralf, is just to obstruct a bit and make it more difficult for black to do anything, So I think that that is with knight to c6 is just to disturb, Because else you play bishop d7 maybe and rook c8, and then finally you white cannot do anything, and he might start being aggressive on the king side.
Yeah.
So very alert move.
But it's also actually that knight b4 might come sometimes.
Also,
to go for the d5 pawn.
Yeah. Of course, black has no choices here. He has to move the rook.
No, because knight queen to g6, and if you take the rook, take on h3, you always have knight to h4.
Yeah, it doesn't work, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
So in this position, Ralf continued with queen d2, very logical move, but it doesn't threaten anything because of the queen d5 take. There is always this bishop h2 trick.
Yeah,
always this.
I think actually that black has got in a way an easier position here because I still have I think it's I would prefer to play black actually, because I cannot really see how you can make any real progress with white.
But on the other hand, if I may say something for white, is that white has this rock solid position.
Yeah,
I would say. Well, there are some small.
But h3 is playing.
Yeah, this one you can discuss.
You know this with pawn. This with pawn moves.
Yeah. You cannot take them back.
Yes.
On the other hand, it protects sometimes against mate on
no,
push
but
action.
Queen g6 under knight e4.
I agree.
Oh,
It's
easy moves. Black has to do. White starts to do this kind of more strange.
But black also has some things to think about, because at some point queen takes d5 might be a possibility. So
okay,
but this is a very, very complex position, and we should look at the times.
Yes,
because only 22 moves, and we see that Ralph he has only 23 minutes left.
But for him it's a lot, maybe.
No, I wouldn't say no. I think time pressure is a factor for him.
Yes,
and I think he plays better with time than without. So,
of course.
No. And I've played Ralph many times, and we've had some of these really hard, time pressure situations.
Yes. The
scrambles, and it's gone both ways, but I think he's best with more time.
Of course.
So I would say that this is a small sign that he is not 100% comfortable.
No.
He doesn't actually know exactly how to play this.
Also because there is now no easy plan, in a way, for white. Like you said, rock solid, but what to do.
Yeah.
And that is not easy always.
And if white tries, with this idea, black can always go back with the bishop, and suddenly the knight is a bit odd here on b4.
Yeah.
So, it's not so clear. I think we should go further and see what's happening.
I'm a bit worried actually for Ralph in this position, but we'll see what's happening.
Yeah. And this one we looked at, and we'll go back and see what happened.
Here?
There was queen d3.
We liked the queen d3.
Yeah,
we felt that white is better in this position.
And now black played, I would say, a bit strange move.
g6.
Yeah. Ooh. I don't like it. Do you like it?
No.
This to me, this is a horrible move.
Ooh.
Maybe it's somehow forced, but I don't like it.
But if we put it this way, I liked the move h4 before.
Yeah, now
after
you like
g6, I can tell you I like it even more. You know. So.
But I'm just looking at this bishop on all the black squares and this f6 square.
But come on, white needs to play h4, and if you play g6, it's so much stronger.
Yeah.
So that cannot be the best move. It's impossible.
No, black should have played much more. Conservatively, not giving white any hooks to attack. Now white has this very obvious.
I hope this was played h4.
Yeah, he played h4.
Okay, that's
he
good.
Played h4.
Yeah. Good.
Well, this guy Jair Parkov seems to be a very strong player. I mean, he's national
of course.
master. And the opponent is not a bad player, but from the opening here, I get the impression that white understands this a little bit more than black.
Yeah.
So now he continued with f5. Oh.
Ooh. f5.
And the problem with f5 is that now he has no dynamics on the king side. He cannot play f6 or something. But I mean, already g6 was...
But I guess that idea is that if h5, you play g5.
Yeah.
And then you play h6. And probably it's okay for very good football.
But here he played, I think, a very nice move.
Yeah. But I just wanted to say that this is a very important for the position, that the normal move h5, then g5, and this is a trick you always need to take in account.
Yeah, we can just look at this just for illustration. That I mean, white is probably better.
This can be better for white, even so.
There
can be tricks here.
But suddenly you have to think more in terms of sacrificing things.
Yeah,
maybe,
exactly.
It's not so easy anymore. But what he played here instead, let's see. He played knight h3.
Yeah, simple and good.
And just opening up for the bishop, controlling all these black squares, and h5 is coming anyway.
Yeah, this is a very good move, I think.
And then you open for the rook.
And of course, knight g7, he wants to put the knight on e6, I guess. But then you play bishop h6. Huh?
So let's see. He played knight g7, bishop h6. Very good move.
It's also so nice with the queen on d3 now that you cannot play knight a6.
Always,
you would have liked to put it on e6, c7, e6.
It's a big problem. Rook e8. And now h5.
Mm.
Black can of course take a pawn here with knight takes, but
No, well, okay.
Yeah.
Take back and
yeah,
knight
and
f4.
yeah, then you just take like this.
Ooh,
Very simple
terrible.
chess. And after taking here, you just put the knight on f4, and it's over more or less.
Yes, exactly.
So it doesn't work. So
Mhm.
after rook e8, h5,
Mm-hmm.
black tried to get his pieces into.
Yeah, that's logical,
Yeah.
you know, just to try to defend.
Yeah.
But also here, you know, if you take on g6 and play knight f4 or something like that,
Yeah.
you're
He
on the
just-
verge on
he just
losing.
played this,
Yeah, maybe
very
it's even
simple.
better. Maybe
Yeah,
even better,
just-
you know.
just putting pressure.
And if you
and,
take on h5 now, what is happening then?
Well, you take back, I guess.
Ah, it's a threat on f6. I'm sorry. You know, I thought about take on
So he
h6.
played knight e6, and now we had
Mhm.
this exchange,
Mhm.
protecting the bishop.
Yeah, and if you take on, okay, yeah.
And now he again went down here, and
And the point is, if you take on h6, you can simply take with a rook,
yeah, and rook takes g6.
and you take
Yeah.
on g5. It's a check on g6, and you take the knight back. So,
Yeah, he did take there.
okay, yeah.
So, okay,
He took
on
that
e6.
instead. Okay,
Yeah, I guess you could take on h6.
yeah, I think so.
Same idea, because you have
Mhm.
rook takes g6. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but he took here,
Mm.
queen h7.
Oof.
But if you play something else, you just take on h6. You play queen h3, knight f4. It's over. I mean, black plays without these two guys here.
Mm.
You cannot play with
Without your guys.
no. But that's the thing. You have a piece more, at least one piece more here on the
Yeah.
on the
Yeah.
king side. So in the game he played queen h7. And this is
But then
this is the
but
position.
It's,
But we can see on the evaluation bar that we have a gigantic advantage for white.
what? Yeah,
A winning advantage.
of course. And like
Yeah, I would like to play like some knight f4 move maybe.
yes, or knight. Or if you play knight e f4, then you threatens to
Yeah, he
play
did.
queen h3, and it's game over.
Well, they are both knight e.
Oh, sorry, no, knight two,
yeah.
knight two f4,
Knight 2 to f4.
and then now you're threatening to play queen h3.
Yeah. Or queen g3 maybe also. Or queen h3, whichever. Yeah, it's queen h3 wins a piece. Yeah, it's completely over.
Mm.
I would expect
No, this is game over. now.
This would, yeah,
Yeah.
we can.
Also,
we can
because
do
if
it.
after queen h3, if you play g5, you can take with a knight on g5.
Yeah,
and so
it's
on.
just completely lost. So let's go forward.
Okay.
And here we have again Rakesh, a young, I think quite young
Mm.
Indian player against this
But now-
prodigy from Germany, Costa, Leonardo.
But now it's actually happening something here.
Yes, things are happening. We have to go
We
back.
have an extra pawn for black.
So we had this position.
We said that this is a little bit more easy to play for black.
So
we
we,
said.
did we have this position?
Yes, this was the position we
So
started.
we suggested rook g3,
Mm-hmm.
but he played instead bishop e5,
Mm-hmm.
f6,
Mm-hmm.
bishop g3. Okay, same idea basically.
Mhm.
Rook takes h5,
Mm-hmm.
e4
Yeah, but we thought about that, but I'm not sure it's the best move. Maybe h4 is better actually.
might be, but then there was a take here.
We just took.
Take, b4,
But now it's just a pawn down. This is very strange, isn't it? Why didn't he play h4?
a6, b5, a5, b6, bishop d8. Yeah. But he's trying to create something on the queen side, you know. He wants to play bishop b5, maybe come with rook. I don't know exactly, but if the king goes to the e7, maybe you can play some bishop c7 or something.
Maybe is it like rook h2 and rook h1?
Yeah, but we always have a rook h8, right? So it cannot
Mhm.
be.
But then bishop f1.
Yeah, this is true. But there is also some ideas with going with the bishop up here, you know.
And then go with the rook. Yeah, I know,
and then come here and you
Yeah.
know, try some tricks
Yeah.
over there.
But that's why he's going for the b6 pawn, you know.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So what do you think? What should we play here?
I would have played rook h2, I think. For me, that's the obvious idea, but I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that's good.
Good idea just to put the, Look, what about this? Look at this. G5. I got an idea. G5, rook G to H1, rook to H8, bishop to F1.
Yeah. Now you want to go down?
Mm-hmm. Then he needs to play G4. But look at the bishop after that.
And then you play F4 or something? No.
Yeah, well, you don't have to, actually. You can just wait, maybe.
Yeah.
And after G4, maybe you can even give a check on B5 and try to create something.
This is a very tricky position.
Very strange position, this one.
And we can see that the evaluation is almost equal. Slight plus for black. But one bad move here and it's over for either side.
for either side.
Yeah, they both.
It's a
actually
very strange.
he played bishop b5 check.
Okay.
And
now the king to c8 or e7. What is the best? It's not completely clear to me.
but after king e7, maybe you can even go bishop c7, right?
Yes, that's right.
And then you have the g file.
Okay, king c8.
King c8, yeah.
It's it is a bit problematic with this bishop on h3.
This, because you can also attack with rook g3. So you could maybe move the bishop somewhere in here, I don't know, here. And now you threaten to come here. And then g7 falls.
Exactly.
So let's say we take this. Maybe you go here.
Then bishop g4.
Yeah, but that's not the end of the game because you play rook h1.
It's not the end of the game, it's true.
Because if white gets to take the g, suddenly he has some
tricks.
play here. Yeah. Actually, this is the position now.
Interesting.
Yeah. So it's heating up. And well, they have played fairly quickly. They have made 27 moves.
I must say that it's a bit interesting how white has played, because it's also black might feel that, okay, my opponent has made a mistake. I have a better position. I'm playing for the win, and suddenly you realize that it starts to get a bit nasty on the other side. My king is away. I'm up 2 pawns in the position, but look at the coordination, how strange the bishop is on h3. So that feeling, going from that you believe that you are clearly better to suddenly realize that you have to fight for survival. That is, a very difficult situation for players normally. So I would say that maybe it's even easier to play white now in this position.
White could get a mating attack here.
Also, bishop c5 and rook a1 is dangerous, maybe.
Yeah,
because the king is stuck.
Yeah, this idea is definitely creating this pawn chain.
Yes.
So,
but also because the king now is stuck on c8 instead of playing king to e7. That's why maybe this is dangerous to play king c8.
White has only sacrificed 1 pawn here.
Yes.
So it's not that big a sacrifice or investment. So, yeah. Very unclear position. We will just have to see what happens.
Yes.
So we'll go to the next one. And this game...
And here we have our Finnish friend... No, it was not.
No.
Now you're looking at
this is the
I'm sorry. Yes.
This is the lady from India.
Yes, okay.
Who, with a slightly lower rating.
Yes.
She's a woman international master. And we have the international master, very young guy.
But she's almost lost here, because she can hardly make any moves.
No, this is the problem. Let's go back and see what we had. We have to go back even further.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, it was this position, something like this we could go for.
Well,
she started to swap pieces.
I think
here.
we had this position actually.
Yes, because she's starting to spot pieces.
Yeah.
But what we can see here already now is that the bishop on h4 is terrible.
Yeah.
So the bishop on b6, the colleague on b6 is so much better, and this bishop on h4 is, the risk is to be, even worse than g5, h4
incarcerated on h2 or something.
Exactly,
like that.
And then black will. And what you'd normally do when these things happen, you swap sides and you go for the queen side. So it's obvious that black should, lock in the bishop and then go for the queen side.
But this is typical when you force the play by exchanging a lot. Usually that helps the opponent.
Yes.
And this has happened here.
Yes.
Because she has exchanged the pieces that were best placed, because those are the ones that are easiest to exchange, and then you end up with the pieces you cannot exchange.
Yes.
That is usually not a good idea.
That's very well said. Yeah.
So she has this couldn't be exchanged, so she's stuck with that, and the knight on d2 is not so strong. Black has a very nice position here.
And a strong bishop on b6.
And strong bishop on b6.
Okay.
So black is already better. Let's see how it develops.
Yes.
So king h1, okay, knight e6, f3. Good idea, try to exchange. But the problem is black is ahead here. She never gets to bishop f2, because then she has to give up the a file. She cannot exchange and keep the a file.
Maybe should have done it anyway, but it is not nice.
Yeah, but then she will lose.
Yeah, she will lose anyway.
But I mean, then
okay.
it's such a horrible position.
Okay.
The knight comes to f4 and d3, and you're going to lose a pawn here.
Yeah, okay.
So rook a d1, okay, she gave it up, but she had a threat, yeah. b4, rook h d8.
She's fighting, but
she has given too much already.
Yes, and also now you have the c3 pawn, that is the weakness. Huh?
And now we get this exchange. Black does not mind all these exchanges because they are always favorable to him, right? Rook a2.
Of course.
Rook d2 and rook a3, yes.
Yes, forcing the all the pieces to become bad. And now look at also you couldn't play bishop e1 because of bishop knight to fd3, threatening the rook on b2 and the knight bishop on e1.
Yeah, winning. So there are many moves made now. And we can see from the evaluation bar that this is winning for black.
No, also because there is hardly any moves for white. You cannot move the bishop, the rook, on the knight. So you have your pawn moves left and your king. So
the sad story is that if you put the bishop on h2 to exchange on, then there comes knight check, king goes to g1, knight you can take on e4, take on c3, and it
and rook d1. Then you have knight b2.
Yeah, then you knight b2 and take the knight. So yeah. There is some moving back and forth here, but it doesn't matter. You have the time. Oh
yeah. But okay.
Yeah, maybe this was even good. I don't think he. Had.
Okay. Yeah, the good thing is, in the final position, I thought c4 is the move.
Yeah, she played it. But it's you can play some bishop move here, I think.
I think also you can play some bishop.
Take on b5.
Maybe you simply play bishop to f2 even.
Yeah, or even.
And because if you take on b5, then you play f4.
Also, a move like bishop d4 is playable.
Yeah. Okay. No, this is simply winning. So.
But yeah, so this is winning probably.
Yeah.
So let's go to the next game. And here we have this Yenish gambit. And we saw this.
This was very interesting. We were looking forward.
Move. Yeah, rook a3.
Yes. And the question is how strong it was. I was not sure.
g5 came.
Yeah.
Rook b3.
Yeah, king.
And g4.
Oh, he just went on. Okay, just ignore everything, I like that.
Rook d1. But as you said, you can also attack with the pieces. And black's attack with the pawn hasn't yielded that much.
Not yet.
It's not like it's because how do you get your you need to double on the g file, right?
Or you play h. No, you probably. I don't know.
Maybe you can do something else, but it's a long process to get
Mhm.
something going. But
Mhm.
white is threatening, as you said, to play bishop h6,
Mhm.
a6.
Or you play bishop e6 here,
Yeah, maybe.
and then you go for
But
king a8. I like that
I think
move.
you suggested that move.
Yeah, I think I like that move because I thought bishop e6 may. Yeah, okay, bishop e6 also. Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
What's
So-
happening?
Queen e3. I guess knight b5 is the plan.
But this is a little bit strange, isn't it?
Yeah. What?
I mean,
could you do
no,
instead?
I just mean that normally, you want to bring out your bishop on c1. I mean, so it's more like I cannot say. Maybe it's good, but
Okay.
it's more like my feeling is that it's a bit strange.
The computer has a very nice line here. We should show it.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a computer line and not something humans normally do. You start with bishop a6.
Yeah.
Okay, this is very dangerous. So black takes it.
Mm-hmm.
Queen
But
takes.
this is actually quite normal move because
Yeah.
c6 after the queen take a6, c6 you have
Yeah.
rook take d6. So, but this is not very difficult, is it?
Yeah, the nice.
Aha, queen. Okay.
So let's see. I could just move this
Mhm.
here. And of course now there is a mating threat, right?
Mm-hmm.
On b7. So black tries to...
And then
Prevent
knight
this.
b5.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this is nice.
and then
Look at this.
then we come with knight b5, and if you take the queen, it's a mate.
Yes, but this was not impossible to calculate actually, I think. So probably you have to play b6 in that
But
case.
you know, sacrificing a piece to then sacrificing the queen.
But I just say that, some of these, computer lines are impossible for a human being, but this was not impossible.
It was not impossible.
Because it's quite straight, and there
Yeah.
were no
But
really...
you know, it works like this.
Mhm.
You have different choices,
Mhm.
and you can go for something really radical and
Mhm.
sacrifice everything and betting on that you're calculating correct, or you can make just a good move and know that you're still better.
But I think here,
Isn't that...
in this position, I think that you will start to look at this type of moves actually, because if you attack with the pieces, it is this type of sacrifices that you would start to look at.
Yeah, I agree.
So bishop a6 is not impossible.
I'm not saying it is impossible.
No.
I'm just saying that with not so much time.
Mhm. But it can also be bishop a6 also, maybe rook b8.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That makes it even more
Mhm.
difficult to find it.
Mhm.
Moves that, like that, computers make them because
Mhm.
it's just a move for them.
Mhm.
But for us, it's an investment. We give
Mhm.
away a bishop.
Mhm.
So we really want to have something clear and...
Mhm. Okay, let's see. Queen e3 still, maybe.
That's what he played.
Because you're actually threatening to take on e5. I guess that's the point.
Yeah, you have a knight takes e5 here,
Mhm.
using this pin on the
Mhm.
queen.
And then, like you said, the knight to b5. So, okay.
And we also have this idea,
Mhm.
probing,
So,
trying a little
yeah,
bit, just see what's
okay.
happening.
No.
So in the game, black played knight g6, protecting e5
Yes.
here.
And ready to go to f4.
Ready to jump here,
Oh,
so
yeah.
Very, very logical move also.
Mhm.
And now came knight b5 here.
Okay. This
And,
is really dangerous.
yeah, this is quite dangerous, I think.
At least there is a threat.
Because if you play b6,
You
I
must play b6, huh?
no, he played c5.
Ah, c5 you can
But
play.
but
also.
the
Maybe
big
that is
the,
better.
the big problem here is this move. Then,
A5,
then we
yeah.
have we
Yeah,
have
yeah.
the a5,
Yeah,
and it's
of course.
it's
No,
just
I missed the bishop on f5.
it's just
yeah.
more or less.
So c5 of course is the best move.
So c5 came, and
But now you can actually positionally that there is some, maybe even to play rook d3 or something like that.
Yeah. Now he played I would say a nice move here.
Mm-hmm.
Queen e1. Sorry, Queen e1. Idea queen a5,
Ah, okay.
or maybe even take on a7 and check, and then bishop to a6 also.
Mhm.
So this might actually be a threat here.
Mhm.
Followed by the queen.
Mhm.
King goes to b8, and then the bishop
Mhm.
comes to a6, and we have
Mhm.
this.
And rook h7.
He play, now this is the position in the game.
Okay.
Rook h7.
Uh-huh, okay. Because what's that? And queen a5. No, but when I see this, I'm also thinking about why not rook d3, rook b d3, you know, because just to swap from attack to go for the bad pawn structure.
This is also possible. So you can make many choices here.
What do you do on that?
I don't know.
Because you are threatening to take on d6.
So you want to go with this one? This is not easy to play, I can tell you.
No, but what can you do with black? How do you defend against taking on d6?
Yeah.
Because if you play queen c6, then I have
queen
a5.
Queen a5 double threat, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's not so clear because there is queen b6. So,
but then I take and then I take on d6.
Yeah, this is true, but then it's still a game. I mean, we can exchange, take on f3 and so on. You have only one pawn. It's not the end of the world.
But you know, this weaknesses is too much. I'm sure White is winning in that position. Yeah. But okay, of course you can fight. So if you want to win directly,
if I played White in this position, I would like to win more than a pawn.
Okay.
You know, because
you are so eager.
No, but I feel that there is something in the air here. I mean, there could be a mate, or there could be some more winning, like an exchange or something.
Sometimes it's enough just to win the game, you know.
I know about that. But when you sit in a position like this,
yes.
You think about can I you know.
Win a pawn? No, you don't. You want to win directly.
I could go for the pawn, but that would not be my first.
Okay,
I would analyze queen a5.
Okay, let's see what's happened.
I would look at a5 as a move, even though I don't see the real point of it. I would still look at it and probably reject it. I would also look at some other moves, maybe. I don't know. Knight takes a7. What happens if you take on a7? Is this possible, or is it just
but
stupid?
now with the rook on h7, I think.
Yeah, but I want to see what happens because it's very forcing. I like forcing
yes, you
play.
do, yeah.
And maybe something comes out of it, right?
I'm sure.
Because we have this threat on d8.
Yeah.
So
king
goes back. And then we go bishop a6.
And then queen c8.
Just caveman play, you know,
queen
caveman
c8.
style. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Oh, okay. So in this position we have a suggestion by our silicon friend. Rook takes b7. This is the best move. And white is actually better here. But that's not easy. Or again, you sacrifice a piece, you sacrifice a rook. For what? You don't. It's not so easy to see.
And then it's still an unclear position. And
it's still unclear position. And black has a bishop here that can at some point come back and defend. Or
take on f3 and start an attack yourself.
This is not so easy.
It's not easy
to
move
see.
to find though.
No.
In advance.
I don't think he will play that, and he didn't play that. He played bishop d2 here.
That was a strange move. That was a very strange move from me.
So there was rook h7 as we saw.
But also this rook d3 is more logical, like.
But this is typical, you know. You have a position like this, and you see all these knight takes a7, you see rook takes b7 and bishop a6. You see all these moves, but you cannot really, you know, get it to work. You just see it's very, very, very tempting, but it doesn't quite work. You don't see the whole way, all the way through. So you try to find a move that you can understand. And bishop d2 is understandable. He just wants to play bishop a5. And maybe sack on b6.
But I must say, still, you know, it is, you know, bishop e3 is more logical to me than.
No, but I think he wants to do something. He wants to move the bishop here, you know.
But it's strange because I cannot see that you are threatening so much.
Sometimes you just have to make moves. But you know, the idea is to continue with knight a7, bishop b6 check. I mean, if I get to do like 4 or 5 moves, I will win.
okay, of course. Yeah. Okay.
But I think
still
since I can see that the evaluation bar has dropped to 0.
Yeah, but you know,
this was not a good move.
No,
but I
still,
understand why he plays it.
Okay.
And I know, you know, is this you analyze this move, you analyze this. After a while, you have looked at 4 moves and you've thought for 20 minutes, and you have to make a move. and so you take the next move in line without calculating.
Okay, let's see what happened, because there were more moves to be
Nothing
played.
has happened. We are here.
Is this the position?
This is it. Yeah, this is it.
Okay, good.
Actually, I have to take a small break.
Yeah,
So I will leave the microphone for you.
Yeah, sure.
And you can explain this in detail. So it's
Well,
all clear when I come back.
Of course, I can try that. So we have, let's move on then to the next game, and we have our Norwegian friend, Saad Abubakar, and we have this position. We had a game against Bronstein, and when we left, we were not sure how white would continue. So let's go back to the position where we left, and we had, let's go. So how do I move on here? Okay, let's see here. Queen e3, queen, bishop. Okay, so I think this was the position, and we said that maybe rook e8 is a good move in this position, because you put the rook on the same file as the queen on e3. So it looks like a decent move, but of course also you can move out your bishop. But I'm not sure that this is the right move to play, because you do not really want to swap your bishop for the knight on f3. But actually I thought you wanted to take on d5 at a decent moment and then put the bishop on b7 instead to have this long diagonal. So let's see what happened. Bishop g4, still probably okay. h3 coming. Yeah, I would for sure play. Okay, of course, he doesn't want to take on f3. Like I said, he played bishop h5. And now it is up to white to find a way to continue, because here it's like we said, it is easier to play black because you have these easy moves to rook e8, rook a8, and put pressure on d5, while it's not so easy to see the logical plan for white. So in that sense, it feels like it's easier to play black. But okay, let's see what happened. I think knight e2. Well, at least that's a logical move for me, because you are ready to start to hunt the bishop on h5. And that's why I was not sure that it was the best way to go for the bishop to, from c8 to now to g6 or whatever it will be in the end. So let's see. He took on d5, c take d5, okay, and bishop d6. All right, and the idea is, of course, to not allowing knight to f4, because if you allow that, then the bishop on h5 will be swapped off. So in this position, okay, here actually came maybe a crucial moment, because at first glance, it looks like knight g3 is not a good move, because black can simply take it, if you play like a knight g3 like this. But, because if black takes here, and take here, let's see. Then, and if queen takes, queen takes on g3, then there is no doubt that you can probably just take on c5, and this is the key move. Suddenly the d pawn, that has been a little bit of a weakness, can be really strong when it's pushed forward. The bishop on h5 is not doing so much, so no, you don't want to play that. So instead, I think this is e take. It's a bit slow, this computer. Huh? So bishop d6 came, knight g3 was a good move, then bishop g6, logical, not taking on d3, also because the bishop on d6 is covering up, so this pawn on d5 cannot make any harm to the black position. Instead, rook a e8 and so on. So okay, looks decent. Rook f e1 came. That is, of course, a logical move, because now rook a e8 is not possible. You simply take it. But the question is now how to continue. Okay, this is a logical move as well, rook b d8, because still it is the pawn on on d5 that you want to go for. If you can show that this is a weakness, then you will have a better position. If you can put pressure on it, and here you can see you have ideas like, bishop to f4, for example, might come, this kind of moves. So yeah, let's see what happened. Knight e4 came. Yeah, logical again. The question is, of course, what is happening if you play rook fe8 here? Just to play like this. But then white has got a nice move here that is easy to miss. Maybe you can start with rook to queen to c3. Yeah. And now it's a threat on g7, and then you take on d6, and you have almost winning position, I think. So that is an important Zwischenzug like this. So after knight e4, instead black played f6 to outrule this possibility of playing queen to c3, which means that, let's see here. Yeah, rook b d8. Why is this happening? f6. I'm playing knight h4. Okay. Of course, you want to get rid of that bishop on g6. Also, when you play with two knights against two bishops like this, one very common plan is to get rid of the pair of bishops for black. So in that sense, it's logical, also because this is hitting on e4. But this pawn on d5 is the question is, as always, when you have this type of pawn, is it a weakness or is it a strength? And right now it's blocked by the nice bishop on d6. So yeah, I think it's a difficult position. It's hard to say actually now who is in the driver's seat, because there's also this weakness on e6 that might cause problems at a time. So, for example, take on g6, take on d6, and if you probably have to take with a rook on d6, not to allow queen e6 check. So it's a hard fight here.
It's a tough game.
Yeah, it's a tough game.
Yeah.
He's not this Sad is not a bad player. So this is interesting. It's actually quite interesting because we have so many young players here, and it's so difficult to judge how strong are they really, because it's like the rating you cannot. With older player normally they are worth their rating,
But I think you can always add a few points to everyone here, because most of the people are very young.
Yes.
I heard that there was some interesting development in the legend game.
In the legend game. Okay, shall we move to the legend game?
Yeah, I think we're just gonna check it and see what's happening here.
Yes.
And we can see that things are happening here. And
let's go back.
Yeah, we have back.
Queen d4 and this type of stuff.
So we were here.
Yeah. No, queen was on d4, but okay. Yeah. And queen d. Okay, c5.
Yeah, let's go back just
to
this position, because here. We said that maybe rook b3 would have been a good idea to immediately transfer the rook to g3.
Yeah, or d3 actually.
Or d3, both of these moves, and then maybe to put the queen to h5 or something like that. But white played this queen d4 move.
That looks good at the first glance,
but it turns out it doesn't do so much. But now he played rook b3, but it was a bit late because the queen is now on the wrong square. It's not doing anything on d4.
But one question is, of course, which pawn do you want to push in the center for black? If you have to, and if you d5, then you will always have some weaknesses to play on with white. But if you play c5, that is in a way more interesting,
It then you get complements the bishop much better.
Yeah, and then you get a tempi on the queen. So okay,
so rook c3. c5, as you said, queen e3, knight e5.
Yes, of course.
Black is getting everything with tempo now. And now the queen comes here. So white has sort of wasted like a couple of moves with the queen.
Yes.
And the queen is also in the way of the rook. So this has gone.
But so what you could say, from a position where I felt that white probably were slightly better after rook b3, or at least had easier games. Now it's with these lost tempos, it's more like it's black who can try to fight for
black
advantage.
Has a pawn.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
White does not have
Obvious
attack.
threat.
No. Well, well, it takes a long time to create anything. Maybe you can play f4 at some point and try to break. Anyway, he played interesting retreats, going for d4,
Yes.
and now f4.
But wait. Okay, so
Do you want to do something else?
if you play bishop e3 with the idea to play rook d1,
Yes, it's possible. So bishop e3 looks like a very
maybe-
normal move.
but maybe queen
Queen.
a5.
Queen a5 might be a possibility. And then you have to move the bishop again, I guess.
You can also play bishop to h6 maybe
Rook f7.
and take on d6
But then you take the rook.
and take on c6.
Oh. Yeah, that's...
Well, I don't know. It was just like, it's
yeah,
totally crazy.
I don't think
but
black has to go
No,
for something
no,
so wild.
no.
Maybe you can just protect, move the queen, play a rook to d8 or something, and just a knight to d4 if you at some point.
Or rook f7, rook d7.
Anyway, he played f4 here.
Mm-hmm.
Knight d4, bishop d1. Okay, slightly passive, and now f5.
But I just say that this now, when the knight can come to d4 so easily, I wonder if that was correct play.
It wasn't.
No, this must have been
No,
wrong.
but
That's why I tried bishop e3. It looked more normal in a way.
Yeah,
but
it
okay.
looked more normal. Yeah, it was maybe it was better. Now it's clear that we have a good game for black. Pawn up and better position. So yeah, so take, queen f2, queen f6, and now
Well, okay. No, but in a way, now you will lose if the game just moves on.
yeah.
So in that sense, and what you have is an extra pawn on the king's side. So why not go for it?
Yeah.
So I think in that sense, it's a like the last resource to go for. So in that sense, I like it. And then play f5 and go for something like that. I'm not sure this is the best move, but okay. Yes. I was actually expecting f5 at the early stage, but okay.
Bishop d5.
Why?
Yeah, I don't know. This is not so clear for me why he plays there, but I'm sure there's a plan.
Yes, me too.
But it's not clear. Maybe the idea is to, at some point, move the queen and come to e4.
Okay.
Like.
But then normally you go to a8, to be ready.
Yeah, but maybe he wants to, have more control.
Yeah.
And, and he has some.
But bishop f4 now, or rook e1, or what happened here?
Yeah, bishop d5, rook e1.
Okay.
Prevents the queen idea. But now comes rook b1. Good move. Bishop f4. h6.
Okay.
Possible. I don't know if that's necessary. Yeah, it's an okay move. But h6, rook he3, and now rook a1. I don't know if he's preparing to go rook b8 maybe and rook b1. Is that?
But that's again. This is a little bit strange,
Something like that. I mean, if he gets that.
Then it's good, of course.
Yeah.
But the question is now, where is the last chance, as we call it? Is it go for h4, or what do you want to do here?
In the game, he played this move.
Okay.
But it's very difficult to see any.
No, because actually, at least now you actually might be able to play queen to f4. Huh?
Maybe bishop h4 and rook e7 traps the queen.
Bishop to h4. That's a trick.
Could go. I don't know. I'm not 100% certain about that.
No, me neither. But at least now you start to have some threats.
So let's see what happened. Bishop g3, rook a2 threatens the queen. Queen f4.
Now you have a check on g2.
Now it's collapsing.
Maybe. Why is it collapsing? What is the time? What time is it? Oh, it's got only 3 minutes left, Romanishin. how many moves?
For 8 moves.
For 8 moves.
Or 9 moves, actually.
This is not easy, actually.
No.
Because, it's easy to see that you have a check on G2, but what do you do then?
But you don't have to kill here. You can just make moves, because does white really have a threat here in this
On
position?
D6?
Maybe D6, yeah.
And then if you check on E8, if you play rook D8, and then you take the pawn on D6.
It's
And
true.
if you take the pawn on D6, then you have a new game,
It's true. I agree.
So I would be worried here, actually.
Yeah.
If I were Romanician. Also because it's thinking,
And on rook D8, can you check on E8 then? Is that
but that was my plan, but I'm not sure it's... Maybe you can actually then just, take and king H7. If you take on D6, you swap off and play rook A1.
Yeah, something.
And then
like
you
that.
have knight F3
Yeah.
check. So there are tricks here.
Black,
But
black is always better. Even if
Yes.
white takes on D6,
Yes.
it must be better. But
yes.
it's not so simple.
No, this is the type of position also where you want to have a computer supporting you.
But you don't have that.
No. At least not Romanician, I guess.
No, I don't think he has a computer. He plays very human moves, I think.
Yes.
Very good old.
Good old style moves.
Legendary moves.
Yes.
So no. People that were very strong before computers came in, I don't think they will use
But
computers.
look how he's thinking.
Yeah. This is dangerous. I agree with you. Yeah.
This
So-
might end up very badly.
According to the computer, white is completely lost. But if you look at the time, I would say that it's very unclear.
Yes, maybe Romanician is lost.
I wouldn't say lost, but
No.
it's all dependent on what he does.
Of course. But it's also this type of position where, you do not have 8 simple moves here. Every move might be crucial in that sense that, at least if you go for some of the sharper lines. So
And-
what you try to do normally here is to find a way to swap queens or just to play safe, something like
But
that.
I think what you
But
look
it's not
at,
easy.
you want to make a move that allows you to keep the D6 pawn.
Yes.
But the problem is maybe there is no such move.
Yeah.
Maybe you have to give it,
Yeah.
and then you have always rook A1 in the end.
Mhm.
He took the check.
No, well, yes, he got 30 seconds extra. Oh, no, look at the time. He's down to these last 30 seconds,
Yeah, he's playing on the increment.
Yes.
That is a classic recipe
Danger.
a recipe for a loss. Maybe he can play rook D2 or something like that, with the
Mhm.
idea of having bishop C4 and then some.
Mm.
Then you cannot take on D6 actually. But so rook D2 is a move, but it doesn't look so nice.
Why you cannot?
Because you have bishop C4 and knight F3 check.
Aha, good.
You
Okay,
know.
that's a nice trick.
Like
Yes,
let's
I
say-
see. Yeah,
let's
good.
say he
Yeah,
goes
that's
here.
good. That's nice.
and you take here.
We have check on C4.
I guess you could check here.
Yeah.
And then you have some knight discovery, and you take here and you win.
And
yeah?
king G1 and knight F3 and take on
Yeah.
D6. Okay, good. I see.
But I mean, he has no time left. Did he lose on time?
No. Let's see.
No, he played knight C2 here,
Yes.
and that was
Actually,
a mistake.
no, yeah, I thought about that.
Oh.
He'd probably take bishop take, rook take, and queen take D6. This is what I meant. Normally what you do is to try to swap off,
But you swap off your super knight on
I
D4
know.
against this
I just say
pesky
that-
bishop on D1.
I just say that's how you normally try to. That's what you. So you have a
That's
simpler
that's a bit
position.
sad. That's a bit sad.
It's a bit sad.
Yes, it's a bit
But
sad.
it's human-like.
Of course. And this shows you how horrible it is to play in a tournament like this with all these youngsters, this kindergarten.
Yeah, who has played
They-
bullet since
They play bullet,
childhood.
and they are not going to give you anything. They're not going
No,
to give you
no, no,
anything
no,
for
no.
free. You will have to make every move. Every move you have to
Yes,
make on your
yes.
own. There's nothing for free. But
Okay.
but Romanician played up to here.
Something
He
was
played
played.
excellent. Yes, they have played some moves. Bishop C2,
What has happened?
Rook D3,
What? Okay.
Knight C4. Okay,
He plays cool.
but now you can take on D6.
Yeah.
And probably white is even better now.
Actually, this was quite smart not to play, to take on c2, because now it's more like,
I don't like this rook g2 check so much, because
everything is hanging. Yeah.
The rook is hanging. You would like to play bishop c4 or
Mm.
something. No, you cannot do it because the rook is hanging. So you have to move back. And the rook was very strong on a2 because you have rook a1. So that it would have been much better to keep it over there. But this is typical. You don't find anything and suddenly you just take it. You see the check, you take it.
And now comes bishop b3.
In this position?
I just say that, this shocking moves, that you try to find when...
But it's kind of unfair that white suddenly gets this, isn't it?
Yes.
He was completely... Let's go back a few moves just to see how grandiose the whole thing was. Here, we have...
Fantastic position.
Big advantage. Rook a1
but rook a1 looks strange. It cannot be the right move. I cannot believe.
I think I would like to play
something like that. Something like that, yes.
Yeah. Because we have time, and the basic idea is, I'm going to come here because there's no mate. The king goes to h7.
Yes.
What's the problem? So rook a1.
It's a bit at least it's a bit strange, I would say.
Yeah.
But I like this move. I think that white played clever now with bishop g3. That was a good move.
Yeah. Rook a2.
That was also... I'm not sure that is the best move, but okay.
I don't think he had... Because when he came here, he started using up all his time.
Yes.
He used up like 3 minutes.
Yes.
So obviously rook a2 was also...
But at least it's part of a bad idea, you could say, because he thought that this check on g2 would be very dangerous, but it wasn't. So that's the problem.
But the question is, could he play this move here? But I said something with bishop h4, but now maybe you can... Can you play g5 or can you go down? Maybe, but this is perhaps not so good now, going back, right? Yeah, it's playable. You could play this. And, just continue with the idea of trying to take it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But on the other hand, if you go down the rook, you have rook e8 in that
This is the position. He took on d6.
He took on d6, okay.
Which probably was the best move. And now we see that the evaluation bar is in white's favor.
Okay.
So this big advantage that black had is gone. And now it's getting even worse.
Now you can take on c5 and take on d4, huh?
And everything is hanging.
A rook e5 even.
It's horrible.
Oh my god.
It's a horror story.
Yes.
No, we don't like this so much. I would have liked to see the legend play well.
Or you would have liked to have it the other way around, that the legend was blitzing out the young guy. But okay, I agree. This is strange.
This is just the way it is now. I mean,
yes.
you have to make good moves. Horrible as it seems. Should we take another game? We can come back to this.
But rook e5 is strong here.
Yeah, but there are many many good moves. I'm a bit worried here for Oleg. I'm not sure he's going to survive this.
But let's go back to the initial game, because that was so interesting.
This one.
Yes. Well, I really want to see that. What is happening?
So let's go back here. Where were we?
Also, I think that here, so far you see that Kaido and I guess Monica as well has, seems like they have not made these kind of mistakes a little bit like we have seen in other games. It's like a little bit higher level in a way.
Yeah, they play very tight,
Yes.
You don't give anything to the opponent.
No.
And you keep your time reasonably well, and you just...
You could say they have played in many open tournaments. That's my feeling as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they know how to keep the pressure. So f6 was played.
Yeah.
And white took.
Yes.
As you suggested, and also bishop h6.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
But now we see something, we didn't look at this. Bishop takes e4.
Okay.
Queen takes, and rook g8. An interesting...
Yes, maybe that is... I thought it was not so good, but when you look at the position actually, because now you see the value of the knight on c7.
Right. And you have knight...
It's not bad.
Knight b... And now there was...
Look at the b6 knight to d5,
Yeah.
And then you can start to push the f5 and
Yeah,
so
right,
on, you
right,
know.
right, right.
Yeah, it's not bad.
So knight f4 came, and we saw this,
Mm-hmm.
and rook e1. So he is putting all the all the pressure he can on the e6.
Mm-hmm.
But here she found a good move here. Bishop b4.
Mm-hmm. I thought
Attacking.
f5 would come, okay.
Yeah, no, but she attacks the rook, so you
Mhm.
cannot take on e6,
Mm-hmm.
and then she can just protect with the rook on e8. It's
And if
very,
you take
very
on-
simple.
Yeah, okay. If you take on e6, knight takes back, queen takes,
No.
and then you take on e1. Okay.
No, or
Mhm.
you can take maybe immediately on. Then you can take on d8.
That's what the point.
You take once and yeah, correct.
Mm-hmm.
Rook e2
Mm-hmm.
and rook e8,
Mm-hmm.
a3, bishop d6,
Mm-hmm.
still very, very solid. Rook e1.
Mm-hmm.
And suddenly we have a different game. We were talking about an attack, and
Mm-hmm.
you know, suddenly it's just all about the center of the game.
Yes, it's more like strategic.
No, there is no attack going on, no a4, no nothing like that.
Mhm.
And black does not have an attack either on the king side. There's nothing there
No.
happening right now.
Mhm.
So let's see what happens. So king b8, solid. I think it's a good move to play.
Yeah.
Queen f3, queen f7,
Mm-hmm.
still very solid.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop c4, a6, king h1. I would say it's a typical time pressure move.
Yes,
you know.
it's I don't know what to do move, but I do something safe.
I don't want to lose now. I want to make a move, and
Yes,
I
okay.
want to have more time, and all
Yeah.
this. Okay,
Mhm.
king a7,
Yes.
same idea.
But look at it. It's so interesting here because how should they proceed? It's very,
Yeah.
very difficult
Yeah,
because
yeah,
if white starts to push the pawns like b4 or something like that, then suddenly you have weaknesses as
Yeah,
well,
yeah, yeah,
because
yeah.
a5 can come in the end games and so on.
Mhm.
So it's not clear that you really want to, to start to push, What should white, if you cannot do that, how should white make progress?
Yeah,
And black, on the other hand, it is not easy because if you play f5, that is a commitment because
Yeah,
then maybe
yeah,
knight d3, knight e5, and so
yeah.
on.
No, black cannot move any
So
pawn.
probably black just have to wait,
Yeah.
and then maybe white also need to wait, and that
Yeah.
that is interesting because the really strong grandmasters, in my experience,
Mhm.
is that they find these ways to make small tricks, make small,
Yeah.
ways to make progress.
So in this position, g3 was played,
Okay.
and this is one of those slightly improving moves that don't
Yes.
spoil anything. It's nothing dramatic.
But I would be a little bit I would be a little bit worried about this move.
Yeah, maybe, but not really. I mean,
Mhm.
with all the pieces surrounding,
Yeah, no white squared bishop for black.
and
Yeah.
there is no attack on g2 anymore. So I would
Mhm.
say, but there h3 is a little bit weak. At some point, queen h5 or something. But
Okay.
so
Yeah.
and here black played queen d7.
Oh,
The-
e5. And then it's hanging on h3.
yeah. So
Maybe.
there is a point to this. There is a X-ray attack
Yes.
on h3.
But I'm not sure it's so strong, but that was a strange
h4.
move.
Yeah, I don't like that so much.
No.
Was there anything wrong with playing a king move?
Go back. I just want to say that, because I was thinking,
Like king h2, king g2, something like that? I wouldn't be so afraid to play this move. Maybe. There is some threat to f4. Okay, king h2, what about that?
yeah.
Somehow white has a little bit more pressure.
Somehow that looks better because what the new thing with after h4 is that you actually have the g4 square.
Yeah.
Like f5, knight f6, or all f5, rook g4, and you have something to hit on,
Yeah.
So I don't like h4.
No, you weaken these squares here.
Exactly. So f5, and f5 is, I like f5 here.
Maybe. Interesting.
To rook to g4 and start to put pressure, No. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
that was a
then,
bit...
Then I would like to say that, yeah, you can play f5, but it's not a human move to play. Maybe
No.
because it weakens e5, e6 becomes backward and so on. So there are and she didn't play that. She played bishop f8, which doesn't look too good, right?
No.
It doesn't look like the right move in the position. But with little time, she has only 3 minutes left.
Can you take on d5 here?
Yeah, you can take on d5. You can take on f8. Maybe. Well, I mean, the game is not over.
No, I just mean after bishop take d5, what do you do then?
Well, you can take back
With?
something. Not the queen. Not the queen.
Not the queen, okay.
And not the knight. Right?
No, that's what's by.
So you have to take with a pawn, okay?
Yeah, I think so.
So you can take e takes or c takes.
Yeah.
Now white is slightly better.
Now white is slightly better.
Yeah.
Also because you have this kind of trick with
Because if you
knight
take-
h5 is on the, you know, so
If you take with this, then this f pawn here is,
Yeah,
is
exactly.
a weakness.
yes. You
And-
take on f8 probably or something like that, you know.
Yeah, you exchange some things and you have a knight. Then suddenly this knight is very... But
Very good.
this pawn is also a little bit weak. It's not over.
No.
But I would give white the
Yeah,
initiative.
now white is better at least,
Yeah.
you know, but
So
okay.
bishop f8 was the move, and we'll see what happens here.
Has that played anything? No.
No.
No, this is the position.
We have to also remind everyone that Kaido also has very little time left.
Because from my point of view, the weakness in white's position in a way is the bishop on h6, because it doesn't do anything. So the bishop on d6 was much better.
But it was obstructing. You'd like to use that word.
Yes.
Obstructing. It took up g7, took g5, and
Yes.
prevented the h pawn and so on. So it had a function. It was not so
Yeah,
bad.
but that's why I liked f5 better, you know, with the
Yeah.
bishop on
But
d6 and to
this
go
wa-
for rook to g4.
I think it was a better move. But the problem is, with little time, you
Yeah.
don't play that.
No, it's true. You do
Should we go back to the
Yeah, okay.
legendary game just for a quick look to see
Okay.
if it's over or not over? Yes, it's over. It's plus 35.
What?
It's mate in 11 moves.
Can it take on g2 here?
He can take whatever he wants, but I think he would take on c2. No, this is just a
No,
catastrophe.
I think it would take on g2. Because
It's a catastrophe. We can. This is really sad to see, but this.
okay, let's see what happened then.
It's the life of a chess.
Of a chess
pro.
legend.
Yeah, of a chess legend, yeah. So
Mhm.
this was not so good. Rook
He
e5,
played
you
he
said,
found
yeah.
it, he found
Bishop
it, yeah.
b7, rook c5,
Mhm.
knight c2, rook
Mhm.
d8. And now this very nasty move.
Oh no. And here with 1 second to go.
He played bishop c8, but I think he gave
No,
up.
He gave up.
He
Yeah,
gave up and
must
he
have-
just started
must have
putting
put up the
put
piece
it-
back, yeah.
Because I think after bishop f2, you need to move the knight,
Take on a3.
take on a3. And now, well, you could play f6, I guess would win,
Mm.
with rook d7 taking the bishop.
Mm.
But there might be even
Or you
better.
play bishop b3.
This one with then you threaten to check,
and give
here.
mates.
and then you check here, and then you mate here.
Mm.
Ah, this was sad. It was sad. But well fought by
Yeah,
by
yes.
Giordano.
quite impressive actually.
Yeah, and especially when you play such a legend, and the
Mm.
legend plays so well because he played very well, but it
Mm.
was the time.
Mm.
Yeah. Okay, so that's life. Let's go to the next game.
Second, we have the young Indians, and this interesting game.
Yeah. One of the Indians was a little bit older. The Krishna guy was 30 something,
Mm.
but Praneeth is only 16 and a grandmaster,
Mm.
and we have to go back.
Yes, this was
So-
a messy game because after c5 was played. Interesting.
Yeah, he played c5 like in
Mhm.
the ladies game
Mhm.
we referenced,
Yes.
and then there was queen d8.
Mm.
We talked about that also.
Mhm.
Bishop e2.
Why not take on a6? Okay, explain to me.
Well, I don't know.
Why?
Well, I can tell you.
Okay.
Well, I guess he's very afraid of this thing happening here, you know. It doesn't happen immediately, but if you take here, this move, and you take here. Rook d2 is threatened.
Rook f2,
Oh, but it looks horrible.
knight g4. Okay.
Rook d1 might be even be
Rook
very
e-
dangerous.
Knight
at some
e4.
point.
Yeah, I agree.
Or
Okay.
knight g4. Yeah.
So bishop e2.
Attack.
Then I understand.
Bishop e2 is very simple idea.
Or
No more diagonal.
or rook d1.
Or rook d1, yeah. So he took.
Mm-hmm.
Rook d1.
Yes.
Take.
Because now you get
Queen e8.
No, okay. It all makes sense actually.
Rook d6.
So now it's equal.
Now it's equal
Yeah.
material. And the c pawn is not so strong now because it's
Mhm.
sort of surrounded by black pieces.
Ooh.
But there is counter. Yeah. So
What is happening here?
So suddenly it explodes with some forks.
Mm-hmm.
You always have to see the forks.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
What? Now,
Tactical mayhem.
yes.
What's happening here? We have to look at this.
Yes.
So
Also-
we had this.
This is also interesting with when the time gets down,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
play slowly,
Yeah,
slowly,
yeah.
and suddenly when the tactics explodes,
Yeah,
then you
yeah,
need
yeah.
the time, So, yeah.
So rook d6. I think rook d6 is very logical because c5
Yes.
is hanging,
Yes.
and black threatens to play this knight e4 move,
Yes.
and then it will be very difficult to
Mm.
keep everything protected. So he plays rook d6.
No. This is
No, sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Rook d6,
Yeah.
and the bishop hangs, so you have to
Mhm.
move it. Bishop
Mhm.
d5, very logical.
Mhm. Yes, I like it.
And you cannot take on d5. The queen is still
Yeah.
under
Yes. Yes.
X-ray.
Yes. Correct.
So queen c2, and now we're ready to
Queen
take.
C2, is that? Well, okay. Okay. I see. Okay. Yeah. I'm on.
And
then
now knight e4,
now
which is so black is actually allowing d7 to
Mhm.
get his own fork. So this is good calculation. We have to
Mhm.
ask Praneeth if he comes here to the studio about this.
Yes, of course.
And I spoke to him yesterday, and I hope
Mhm.
he will come after the
Mhm.
game. So
I think he will come if he wins.
um,
Normally you feel
well,
a little bit,
no, but
maybe
no, he's a young guy.
Yes, of course. He will come anyway.
He will
yes.
come. Yeah, he will come.
True, true,
Yeah.
of course.
Knight d7,
Mhm.
queen c8,
Mhm.
and now suddenly this.
But wait, go back. I just want this. Okay, because the idea is that it's hanging. The rook is hanging on. Okay, because you could play queen d8. Huh?
Yeah, actually, if we look at the evaluation bar, we see
Mhm.
that white is better in this position, and
Mhm.
after this, the best move is to take with the knight on b8. It turns
Mhm.
out.
Mhm.
So this would have been the best move.
and then take on
And
d6.
knight takes d6, and now
Take with the knight on a6.
I think take here, and you're a piece up. No, a pawn up. I mean,
Mhm.
I think this would have been the best line.
Mhm.
But he didn't play that. He took with the bishop in this situation.
Mhm. Queen c7,
C7.
yes. And now you have your queen in a much better square.
Yeah,
Also because you have this. But what happened now?
yeah. He made when
Mhm, okay,
when
I
he
see.
makes a
Mhm.
movie, I think so.
Mhm. Okay.
Yeah, it's automatic, so to speak.
Yeah.
Queen c7, knight takes b8, knight takes d6,
Mm-hmm.
and now, according to the Silicon friend, black is better. We can see it on the evaluation bar here. It's a clear advantage for black in this situation because white's pieces are not in good squares.
Mm-hmm. But I like this bishop d3. This looks good.
So bishop d3.
Okay, you can move the knight and the f4 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, this is very tricky, of course. Very tricky.
Yeah.
And again, we have a situation with little time for both players.
No, because
Many
also, you know, the pawn to a knight to a6 and then start to push this c pawn, you know, at least I would have... No,
Knight f5 was played. Take, knight a6.
was it correct to play a knight f5?
Well, now black is winning.
Go back. What? So knight a6 was the wrong move. So bishop d3. No. Bishop d3. No,
Bishop a6
forward. Go
was
forward.
not the
Yeah,
best
yeah.
move.
No. But let's move
Queen
on.
c7.
Yeah, I'm gonna move on. Take on b8. Took on d6. Bishop d3. Knight f5.
there are alternatives, but knight
Yes.
f5 is fine. Black has a
And take on
slight-
f5. Take on f5.
He did,
I just want to see. Hi, here. Okay.
but now the computer,
Yes.
the all-knowing, wants to play queen d2 or c6.
I think c6 is the move that I find is. That was what I would like to see. Look at,
But you can take on b8,
Yes, and then c7
queen c8,
and queen d6.
or queen.
It's queen c5 with idea queen d6. And then start to run with a pawn. That was what I was looking for. I cannot say if it's, but I just think that this could be very interesting at least.
Yeah. But again, with little time, it's very difficult.
Of course.
And you
course.
sort of reflect.
Yeah.
You just move your
Yeah,
piece
yeah,
and try to
no.
keep.
I agree. Okay.
But
So-
suddenly we have this situation.
And
White has
now,
white,
now, and the knight has got huge problems here.
the white knight is just horrible,
Yeah.
and it's completely dominated by the black queen because
Okay, can you play c6 here?
c6. You can play that move.
Then queen. Is it queen check somewhere?
Yeah, it's queen e3,
Okay.
and then you have bishop e4 if on king f1, winning immediately.
What do you say? Queen d4. No, what did
No.
you say?
You want to go here?
Yeah, well, just.
But I will just check here. This
just
is
want
over.
to, yeah. And
You-
go
if you go
king
into the
f1,
corner,
king
it's made-
f1.
yeah. King f1, then the bishop e4 and bishop d3.
And it's c7 on bishop e4. Then
Okay.
bishop d3 again.
Yeah.
Check.
Yeah, that's it.
And I have to take. Yeah,
Yeah, you
that's
take-
good.
yeah,
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 no,
so-
I just.
yes,
yeah.
it wins,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's good.
So h3 was played in the game.
Okay, but
Queen
now.
e3, king h2, queen e5, king g1. And now
Bishop b7.
bishop b7 is strong. But he played... No, sorry. It jumped back to my analysis. He played queen e6 here, which is a
Why?
mistake
Why?
because he has no time.
Aha, okay.
Less than a minute.
Yeah, but that was so strange move.
So we had this and now queen e6. This is winning with bishop b7. You said it?
Yeah.
Because of the knight
No,
before.
the idea was that queen d4 check, after knight
Yeah,
b4.
or queen e1, something like that. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a check. So queen e6, queen b2, also not the best move.
Mm-hmm.
The best move in this position would have been to play actually
Knight.
queen d2, but this is difficult to see.
Mm.
And
Yeah, but that is a good move.
that's a good move because
When
you cover
see-
all the black squares.
And you're threatening to play queen,
Yeah.
knight to c7 and so on.
Yeah,
What,
and you-
what a nice move, actually.
Yeah, very nice move. But
Really
queen
beautiful.
queen b2 was played.
Mm.
h6,
Mm.
knight b4,
Mm.
bishop e4,
Mm.
queen d4.
Okay. Yeah, that's logical.
Yeah, and it's still a game. It's still
Yeah,
a
now
game.
it's interesting.
Yeah,
Really
and
interesting
black,
game.
black has a slight advantage. I mean, protected bishop on e4, very very strong.
Mm.
But white has these pass pawns.
What a great fight this is.
Yeah, this is a good game.
Yeah, I like. Well, good. It depends on what you mean with good. It's good for us, I think. But
Yeah.
I'm not sure how strong it was. But it was
No, but
interesting.
I mean,
What?
how can you find these
No,
moves?
I agree.
The computer always finds things.
Okay.
So let's have a
Mhm.
look at the next game.
Åkesson,
Yeah,
what
well,
has happened?
Queen f6 was played. Okay,
Mm.
still a little bit better, I would guess.
Mm.
Okay, so we have to go back here.
Mm.
We had the situation here when. No, we have to go back.
Oh my God! What has
Knight
happened?
six, knight c6 was played.
Yes. Okay. Mhm.
Rook d7, queen d2, a5, knight d4 again, bishop a6, rook
Yeah,
e1.
I thought that now what is happening now? Now black's just clearly better here, from what I
It
can see.
looks better for, but still
Mm.
very solid position, good grip on d4,
No, but his,
connected knights.
I think he's played too passive here.
Yeah,
Because this must be very, very good for black.
but this is again a question of time. Look at the times: 6 minutes versus 32 minutes,
Yeah.
and you have 17 moves to make.
Okay, let's see
This
what's
is
happening.
a terrible situation.
Mm.
Okay, so rook b1,
Mm-hmm.
knight d3,
Mm-hmm.
rook e d1,
Mm-hmm.
and now h6,
Mm-hmm.
a3,
Mm-hmm.
f5.
Mm-hmm.
Looks a bit fishy to me because you open this long diagonal. Why do you do that?
You're always into this. But
Yeah.
that is a classical move, Tom, to play for f4 and break up, in the
Okay,
center
yeah.
and so on.
But there were also other moves like you could play like
Yeah, but
g5 or something.
You're
I don't know.
playing
Too-
too soft,
Yeah,
Tom.
too soft. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, take on b2.
But okay, he took on b2, so that's
So
gone.
now the long diagonal is not a problem
No.
anymore.
But I think for white, the exchange is in a way welcome because suddenly he has some space.
But f4 in this position.
Yeah, he played it. And there was an exchange.
Yes, look at this. Okay.
And, knight
okay.
f3, knight to e7, b4, good.
Bishop
c4,
c4,
yeah.
good.
Queen c2,
Yeah.
rook e4.
Yes. Pressure is
queen
on.
e2. Yeah, obviously he is plagued by having no time.
But I, on the other hand, I think he was worse already when he started to
he
get
was
into
worse
it.
all
So
the time, but it has not improved in the time pressure.
no.
Black has improved his position, but white's position is dubious.
Yeah.
Queen d2, queen f6,
Mm-hmm.
and now surprisingly he could have played queen c2 again.
But he wants to win.
Queen c3 he played.
Okay.
That's an interesting observation. Queen, king h8,
Looks good.
knight b5.
Okay.
Oh, this is a tricky move. He's on fire. Bishop takes, you take queen, and then rook takes with the fork on the bishops.
I see. What is this?
It happened. No, it didn't happen.
But you can actually do it.
You can take,
you
but,
can,
but
yeah.
then you take here,
Yeah.
and he will take back, but then you have this move,
Mm-hmm.
and you threaten this. No, sorry. You do this in the end. Okay, he takes here,
Mm-hmm.
and you take here
Yeah, but my idea was to take on b4 in that position.
with,
On the rook.
yeah, then you exchange.
And then you play bishop c5. And the
Yeah, it's
question
3
is-
against 3, and
Yeah, but
black is better.
But
at least.
black's like that. Okay, let's go on and see what
So in the game, there was this back and forth,
Mm-hmm.
and then this surprising
Mm-hmm.
knight b5.
Tactics.
Yeah, in time pressure, you play a move like that.
That is
It's,
tough.
that's quite. Bishop e5,
Yeah.
take,
What?
and now f4.
I mean,
Rook takes f4. This was the last.
is this the
Well,
position?
Yeah, this is the position. And this is 40 moves now, so now they get more time.
I mean, the only move here must be rook take d5.
Yeah, that's the only move.
Because otherwise you just lost a pawn.
Yeah, of course.
So rook d5. And then the question is...
Rook f1.
Yeah, but do you really want... Or what I was thinking about is, what
No,
about...
not rook f1.
what,
Sorry,
rook,
no.
what about rook e4?
Oh, maybe.
What about rook e4? What is happening then?
Then you can take on b5. Rook takes d5.
Ah, I'm sorry, you're threatening the bishop.
But
I see,
maybe
okay.
rook f1, rook takes, king h2, queen f4,
King g1.
and now a move.
Yeah.
Could you go with rook a8
Can
or
you-
something?
Knight
Or
g6.
there's
Knight g6.
there-
Watch out.
Yeah,
Mhm.
there's a problem.
Mhm.
Houston, we have a problem. I'm very surprised that Ralph went for this super tactic
Yes, in time trouble.
in time
this
trouble
is-
when he had perhaps a draw. Could he have made a draw?
No, I don't think so. He would have.
Let's see. This is the first time that he plays queen to c2,
Mm-hmm.
but then the rook is on e7. So
Yeah.
rook e4,
Mm-hmm.
queen d2,
Mm-hmm.
queen c2. Isn't this was the first time? No, let's see. Sorry,
Mm-hmm.
have to move forward. Rook e4. So this is the first time with the rook on e4. Second, he could have done a draw with queen
That's a
c2.
huge surprise. This is very strange.
And instead he plays this, crazy.
Queen c3. But also,
And now
but the thing is, he's just worse as well. Even though, so it's.
Yeah, but usually when you have a repetition and you're worse, you take it.
But I mean, if you take on c3 here with the queen, for example, I mean, even in that position, No,
then
okay,
D5,
okay,
then,
D4, okay.
Then D5 is actually falling.
True.
So.
Okay, I see. Mm-hmm.
So maybe he has a point here.
Mm-hmm. But that was a good move. So.
Yeah, and now he's thinking. Now he will use lots and lots of time. Now we can start thinking about this draw that he refused to take.
Because if you take on d5, but if you play like bishop a6 in the worst, you will always be slightly better, I guess.
Yeah, you have the bishop.
Yeah. So and you have the long diagonal down to g2. Okay, there might be some tricks with the knights and so on, but I cannot really. It's black is in the driver's seat anyway.
Sure.
So,
yeah, I agree. This is better for black, but he might make a draw from this.
Yes. Agreed.
But I don't like to play with such a hanging knight that he's doing now. It looks very, very strange. But
you have the trick queen e3 take on f4.
Yeah.
He will try some here, but okay.
So let's see.
Okay.
So we have this game.
That was over. Yeah.
You can just
we
see
saw. Yeah, we saw. That was terrible.
Yeah, this was the game. Yeah. We don't have to see that.
No.
And then we have this game. We said this was going to be
winning easily. Yeah.
Yeah, we had some situation like we were like somewhere here, I think here.
Yeah.
And there was and this was pretty simple and win. Yeah, we don't have to see that. And then we have this game where.
Which one? What game?
Yeah, we're going back. We're going back here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm on. Yeah.
No, this is still ongoing.
No,
sorry.
he played b4. Okay.
This is still ongoing.
I'm not sure.
We analyzed this position, and you said that it's not clear who is better and why.
No, because but b4. I didn't see b4. Didn't see that coming. That was a bit strange to me. That move,
Yeah.
b4, really strange move to me. I don't understand that.
Yeah.
What is happening here now? Now it's something.
Yeah. Now it looks a bit fishy.
I don't like this for black.
But okay, knight h4.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't you take d5? c5 is going, but
okay, maybe it's not that. But go back. Just felt that white must have had something else here. Forward. Okay. Queen of 3. Why don't you take that bishop on g6 simply?
Yeah, maybe you should do that. Take the bishop and play some move.
Yeah, but also because take on g6, take on d6 and rook e6 or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, I think time is a factor here.
Yeah, most likely. Yeah.
Especially for white, because white has less time. So sometimes you just have to make the moves.
Yes.
bc4, knight c4, knight f5. Important fork up here. Protects the d5, h6, g4, a4. Bishop b6.
But
c2.
white is, at least white. It seems like white has done progress. Did you really have to play like this with black? But
it's difficult to analyze when there's so much time pressure. They will make mistakes, and obviously.
Okay, let's move on.
Black is making mistakes here. Now d7 came.
Okay, and the knight is hanging on. Okay.
Yeah, this is so. This was a blunder.
Yeah.
This was a blunder here. d7. Okay.
And you have knight c5. Oh well. Yeah, knight c5 is a trick,
Ah.
Yeah.
How did you do? Okay.
Okay, I leave it.
Okay. So Kaido, come here. So welcome.
Thank you.
Sit down. We're going to look at your game. So how many times have you played in Sweden?
Well, in Sweden, I think I've played many times.
Yes.
Many times. I've lost the count, but here in Rilton, like 6 or something like this times.
Yeah,
6, 7 times maybe.
Okay, good.
But well, the first time was many years ago.
Yeah.
It was many years ago. But but I'm always happy to be back here for the change of the year.
Right.
I think it's a really nice tournament to play in
Yeah.
here in Stockholm.
Do you play professionally just now, or?
It is not only playing chess, but also
with other
stuff
activities.
connected with connected
You
with.
do some training and juniors and things like that.
Stuff like this.
Yeah.
Like most.
Yeah,
places-
typical
places-
for
places
chess
they
players.
do,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's dig into your game.
Let's see, what was it? I'm not quite sure myself.
No.
What happened there?
Have you played against Monica before?
No,
Never?
I played against her husband,
yeah.
3 times, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so let's have a look at the game. So you played e4, and we got the Caro-Kann, the advanced version.
Caro-Kann was one of the options that she could play. I mean, she's playing different openings.
Yeah.
So,
And you played this maybe not standard move c4, but it is a little bit popular now.
Leads to some game.
Yeah, it's been played many times. Of
There are
course.
many moves I played here. Knight f3 mostly in this position.
Yeah.
Also h4 I tried recently, and also knight d2.
So
Instead of c4.
just
Yeah.
show, so we have this move.
There are h4 is one.
One interesting option.
One
Knight
move,
f3, the short variation or short defense or whatever they call it.
Well, he calls it short attack probably.
Yes, I know. Yeah. But it's a joke. So there are many options here. But
This is more position. I mean, knight f3, but there is also a lot of theory connected with it.
There are many lines.
C4,
So C4.
I just thought that could be less familiar to her maybe.
Have you played it before? Or?
Once.
Yeah.
Once, yeah.
It's kind of interesting. You get an interesting
4 months
center.
ago, yeah.
So let's see what happened.
This was
She played
played by
D6.
Magnus Carlsen on a few occasions.
Yeah,
C4.
yeah. We can see here he played against Firouzja in 21. This line.
This was one game, and we
Yeah.
also had it against Fedorcev in World Cup 2021,
So
which was
probably,
important.
yeah,
in
right.
semi-final.
Also winning.
Yeah.
So
So knight c3 and
Knight C3,
let's say one bishop b4, which is a move. Bishop
Yeah.
b4 and
Bishop
c,
B4 is
cd,
a
and then queen
possibility.
took on d5 for some reason.
but knight e7 looks very normal.
97 is the main move.
Yeah.
So
Okay. And h3.
It's a little bit mysterious move.
Yeah. We were trying to
H3,
explain it. We didn't know what to
H3.
say. Was it to prevent bishop g4? Or?
Yeah, I mean, if you bring out your knight to f3, for instance, immediately, then there's because the only problem black faces is maybe that he's lacking some space. So if he manages to change one light piece, then
it's true.
I mean, she shouldn't have any problems. So h3 is kind of a restrictive move, maybe in a sense.
Yeah.
And it's existing, this move.
Yeah.
Well, she took on c4 immediately. I think 97 was like the main move.
Yeah, knight e7.
And after knight f3, I don't know. Then you might consider bc, because then
Yeah.
Maybe
So
the
maybe
knight
she
could-
helps you a little bit.
maybe the knight's committed to f3 then.
Yeah, maybe. But then h3
But,
makes more more sense.
When I put it to f3, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
But in the game, yeah, I got this chance to choose either to put it to e2 or f3 after she took immediately. So dc,
So DC,
bishop
bishop takes.
takes,
Knight e7.
knight e7, and now it took some time. If
Yeah, you
knight
played knight
f3,
e2.
then we kind of transposed to that. What could have happened if she would have started with knight e7.
Right.
But
So she gives you an option here.
But I felt that knight to ge2 is an interesting option.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit,
Because
a bit more flexible, maybe
yeah.
in some sense.
And I'm thinking also you're looking at these squares, for instance, e4. Maybe you want to get the knight there at some point.
Yes, yes.
Maybe threaten to jump here. You know, there are some options.
And also not blocking pawn. I mean, like
Yeah.
Philitor used to
Also,
say, you know, the
yeah.
pawns are the soul of the
true.
chess game.
Yeah.
So,
So knight e2.
so it's a move.
Yeah, it looked good. I thought.
It's a move.
Yeah, and then knight b6, and of course you move the bishop away. Knight d5. But she has a perfectly okay position here, right?
It's a very solid position. Yeah.
Castles also very logical. Bishop e7, I would say, looked nice. Knight g3 also quite.
I was briefly also considering pushing everything immediately.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
All the
but
pawns.
if she had castle, that is
Yeah, the
more
king-
attractive in this situation. Maybe you.
Yeah, the king is still.
Yeah.
She can still.
There is always the long castle.
prepare the long castle,
Yeah.
queen d7, and so
Yeah,
on.
yeah,
So
yeah.
and I don't want to commit too much.
Right. So you played knight
no.
g3,
Yes.
queen d7.
Okay, now. Yeah, of course, it's an important moment. So there's a possibility to take on f5.
It's possible,
It's a move.
It's difficult to evaluate, right? You don't-
Yeah, and also I thought that once she didn't play bishop g6 here,
Mhm.
so perhaps I could start with queen f3 and then consider taking there. But then she wisely,
Yeah, then she moved back. Yeah.
moved the bishop away, and now we have knight c4.
Yeah, you played this
I
move.
suppose, yeah.
It's a logical move.
And now long castle instead of short.
Yeah. This is kind of. Well, it's easier to play maybe for black because you have something to play for. You could play f6 and things like that. But she did in the game, and she didn't really get anything. So.
Well, it resembles some of also some Queen's Gambit accepted
Right,
with e4
right.
move and
Yeah,
then
yeah,
e4 e5
right.
and black gets this d5
Yeah,
square.
Yeah.
So it's kind of similar
Mm-hmm.
to that one.
Yeah.
But over there the knight is in c6. I mean pawn is in c7, knight is in c6 normally. I mean, that's
So it's a bit different. Yeah.
yeah. So here, I mean, she has, as Dvoretsky used to say, one knight is. I mean, she has too many knights here. I mean,
Yeah.
which want to be in d5. yeah,
Right.
so,
Right.
And,
So we were thinking that
so-
you would try for some a4, a5 or something like that. Did you think about that, or you didn't want to go for that?
Yes, this definitely crossed my mind. But a4, there is a move a5 from black side.
Yeah, that's the question. And the
then
b4 square. Yeah.
b4 square.
Yeah.
Of course, there's c5 square on the other hand for
Mhm.
me.
Yeah.
Perhaps, yeah, a4 is also. It's
No, but
very serious.
We also thought that maybe bishop d2 because it's not committal in any way. You still have all the options.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Why-
And
why do
sometimes-
anything if
Sometimes
you
there's
don't have
bishop
to?
a5
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
It's connecting roots.
Yeah, and it could
But-
be a preparation for a4 because now a5 is.
But now
Anyway.
knight c7,
Yeah.
I don't know. I maybe underestimated this move. Knight c7, yeah, there's retreat. So d4 is hanging. First I thought to play rook fd1,
Mm-hmm.
but then I was slightly worried about h5,
Mm-hmm.
h5, h4, and then bishop
Mhm.
h5.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, this was one of the
this
plans.
This is why
Yeah.
I played knight e2 here.
Yeah. So you played the knight back.
Knight back. Yeah.
Well,
And then-
the computer wants rook fd1, but I understand h5 and h4, and yeah,
Computer thinks differently.
yeah, it doesn't think so much. It
It
just
doesn't think at all, to be more
Yeah.
precise.
yeah. So this is not so easy. Anyway,
I thought knight e2 and then keep the rook. I mean, all the options
Mhm,
open.
mhm.
So that's why. Sometimes there's knight f4 also.
this looks like a position where you can do lots of moves without actually doing anything. You just prepare and wait and hope for the opponent.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So at some point, knight c5 jumps, and
Yeah.
or a4, a5, like you said
Right,
previously.
yeah. something at some point.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit like
Bishop
you're
A5.
waiting for opponent to make some mistake,
to
maybe.
help, yeah, to come to help.
Help a little bit.
To come
So
to help.
rook hf8.
Well, to prepare f6,
Yeah,
obviously.
rook ft1, and then f6.
Mhm.
You can discuss if that's.
Yeah, this is certainly one of the critical moments.
Mhm.
So first I thought that knight c5 was very strong.
Mhm.
Here knight c5, but then she
Yeah.
takes and jumps to d5. And well, I wasn't too sure about this.
No.
I mean the evaluation here, because I mean this change of pawn structure.
Mm-hmm.
On one hand, I'm getting rid of this weak pawn on d4, but on the other, I mean the knights.
It's not so easy.
Also
Your
one on
bishops
d5,
are not so
this is a
effective with
Very good
this.
stronghold on
blocks.
d5,
Yeah, so this is not clear.
and yeah.
And again, you have committed to this, and
Yes.
it's not so clear how you continue.
I didn't really find anything convincing.
No.
So I chose another path, but okay, maybe EF is fine. I mean, I'm having this
Yeah.
structure.
Actually,
EF,
what you played was Jesper. He suggested this idea to take and play bishop h6.
He did, yeah.
Yeah, he
I
thought-
was unhappy after the game.
Yeah, but he suggested because he thought
Ah.
it would be interesting, because it sort of restricts black's play a little bit.
Yeah, but then she gave up the light squared bishop instead of a dark squared one,
Yeah.
and well, yeah, g file also accounts for something there. Well, she did the right thing.
But
you
I
know,
mean,
taking
you have a slight
because
advantage here.
because you think so, yeah.
No,
A
don't.
little bit of, yeah. I mean, some little tactical line is if she puts it to f7, then knight f4. And the idea is if the knight jumps to d5, then I take on g6 and knight g5.
Right.
winning
Yeah.
Winning some material there.
Yeah, we can show that.
So yes,
So
if rook f7.
Rook comes here, and you play knight up.
Let's say that move.
Yeah. And then if let's say some move like this,
Yeah.
then you can take it. It's a bit slow because it's internet connection. But knight
The
knight
position
here.
is complex, so computer is.
Yeah, thinking.
No, then I take on g6.
Ah, you take on g6.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
Knight f4 takes
Yeah.
g6.
So this.
Knight.
Maybe we can
Knight-
turn
knight
turn
b
off the
d4.
computer.
Knight
Maybe
b.
that's a good
You
idea.
maybe.
And this.
And knight g5. Yeah. Should be.
Very nice.
Should be working.
Yeah.
Working well here.
Yeah. So this is the type of thing.
So
you're
that
looking
was
for.
yeah, that was one little line here.
Yeah.
So
So
so,
she
in-
took.
so
she
instead
She took on
she did
e4.
right thing. Yeah, she
Yeah.
took and rook g8. This is a nice semi-open file.
Yeah. Knight f4.
Knight f4 in order to to prevent rook g6 and then doubling
Yes,
maybe,
yes, yes.
so to take away the square.
I think this
Okay.
was Jesper's thought that this stops her play on the g file.
Yeah, but I mean, she puts the knight to d5 and then maybe the bishop to d6,
Yeah,
and
it's
he
not
always
clear.
wants to exchange stuff if needed.
Yeah.
Now she went bishop b4. I thought it might have helped me a little bit. I don't know. Bishop d6 maybe immediately is a move.
Because you cannot
Well,
take.
perhaps
on
there's
e6.
no big difference, but well, generally speaking, black is quite solid actually here.
Yeah. That's true.
Bishop
Yeah,
d6 and
We thought after
this-
even after this move that we thought that this
Um,
looked fairly equal.
yeah, this is also fine for black, I think. But okay, rook e2,
Rook e2,
and then
rook e8,
okay, rook d8 is a very solid and safe move. Yeah.
a3, bishop d6, rook e1, very
To
solid,
double, double.
and then king b8.
Yeah.
It's not a
Well,
mistake.
we were kind of running low on time also.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was not easy to assess and evaluate and to decide for. I mean, let's say you can always, I don't know, take twice on f4 to decide if it's good or not,
Yeah.
or is there something better. Or
In
to push
situations
f5.
like this, you just want to
Yeah.
to do your moves.
do your moves, yeah,
Yeah.
and then maybe also a
And
little
hope
bit,
for a
little
mistake.
bit hope that your
Yeah.
opponent will
Yeah.
not find his best.
Yeah,
moves.
precis. You want to get something for free. You don't want to have
Yeah,
to
yeah, yeah.
go into something.
So the main thing is not to
Yeah.
blunder anything.
No. King B8 seemed to okay. Queen F3 looked.
Queen
like a
F3
decent-
to get well, I mean rooks
Yeah.
first. Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
so
Yeah,
on the
yeah,
open
yeah.
file, and also to get away from F5 push and some.
And at some
lines.
point
So
you can
it's,
maybe take on D5 even.
So yeah, without worried being.
Yeah.
So F3 is a good square for the queen.
So Queen
for
F7.
sure. Here.
Bishop
Okay,
C4.
yeah, to take on D5 maybe is interesting. I
Yeah.
played Bishop C4. It's again restricted. I mean, wanted to take B5 square away from the knight, so
Mhm.
that's why I did it.
Yeah, it looked
That's
reasonable,
that's why I did it.
non-committal.
Non-committal, yeah,
Yeah.
and just improving a little bit.
Yeah. A6.
A6 the same.
You played
maybe
king.
still-
King.
Here actually,
G3. I
here
don't-
actually, G3.
But it's actually the best according to the computers.
Yeah. I mean, well, one important, very important line is actually in knight takes E6, which needs to be evaluated
Mhm.
and
This.
calculated. Yeah. No, the problem with this line is, which I saw. Well,
Mhm.
the rook takes. Well, let's take with the rook. Yeah. The
Yeah,
rook
yeah,
takes.
sure.
Rook takes. Knight takes. Bishop D5. CD.
Turn off this.
Mm-hmm. To make it smoother.
Help it.
To make it smoother. Yeah, this way.
Okay.
Bishop D5.
Take.
CD. Queen D5.
Take.
So two pieces are hanging here.
Yeah.
But the problem is, I mean, there's a very strong move here, which is Queen G6.
Yeah.
And I can't take with the rook.
And there's
Well,
Queen B1.
There's
also.
Queen B1 there.
Yeah.
And Queen can't move because G2 is.
So we have this here. You have
G2
this
is.
here.
Yes. Yes.
So you cannot touch this.
That is the important line here, which I kind of saw. So
So
this is also a reason why I played G3 in order to give some
Yeah.
air. To
No,
the king.
we thought that G3 looked like a decent move, but then you played
It
H4.
is a move that is not blundering anything.
Yeah, but then you played H4. We didn't like that so much. Here, you played H4.
H4 was.
We thought you would just move the king, maybe, something like this. Just wait.
Well, H4 was done with more or less with the same idea, but
Yeah.
Maybe there. Of course, giving the G4
Actually-
square
actually-
sometimes maybe.
Actually, the computer says that she's slightly
Okay.
better after this move.
Mm,
With the idea, because you have the G4 problem here. I don't know. Also knight F6 G4 at some point. Maybe not here, of course, but
well,
at some point.
E6 is always.
Yeah, of course. But
Yeah, perhaps King H2 was kind of maybe more cold-blooded, really. H4 is a little bit impulsive move.
yeah,
perhaps.
yeah. But then she made a bad move, I think. Bishop F8.
Yeah, Bishop F8. Well, she couldn't decide. I mean, what to exchange her when and where and on what terms.
Mm-hmm.
So she decided that she would make a move that will force me to exchange
decide.
off something,
To decide.
to take a decision, myself.
Yeah.
But I took an interesting decision here. I
Yeah.
took D5 with the bishop.
Yeah.
which is
This
a
was
little
actually
bit-
one of the.
little bit unusual, but
This was one of the moves we actually analyzed
Uh-huh.
in this situation.
uh-huh.
And we.
This is changing the pawn structure, of course.
Yeah.
After, because she can't take on the H6.
Yeah, right.
E6 is hanging there.
Yeah.
And here, I didn't have much time, and she didn't have much time. So, knight d3 was jumping around with the knight. There's also some knight c5s somewhere. Getting away from e5 maybe. So I thought knight d3 is a
But
good.
our
move
impression
to
was
play.
that she has some problems because her pawns are not really flexible. They are sort of locked. Sits there.
Yes, and one of the main Problem is that the knight is on c7.
Right.
If the knight could be somewhere else,
Yeah.
let's say on e4,
That
then
would
life
be
would be
good.
beautiful.
Yeah.
But it is on c7,
It
and also
is.
my next move was to prevent or to restrict
To
to
keep it, yeah.
a4.
To block it.
Yeah, to take the b5 squared away, and
Yeah.
also push the pawns further up. Yeah.
So now it was serious time pressure.
It
I
was,
guess?
it was, yeah, and most probably
So
we didn't play
she
the
played
most
King B8.
the best moves here. Okay.
And now you played Rook C1, and according to the computer or lichess, you could play Queen E3. I guess.
But what's the thing with Queen A3?
I don't know. I cannot say, but let's have a look.
But okay.
I guess
It's the black doesn't have E5 now. Maybe E5 was a good thing for black to do.
Yeah, maybe that.
What
was
happened
the
in the
idea.
game? Yeah. So
you played Rook C1, and now E5 is suggested for black. But you're still better after that. So, I mean, it's no big problem. You can play Knight C5 after the E5.
Okay.
So.
But to evaluate E5 precisely wasn't the easiest of
And now Knight
tasks.
C5 was a possibility. You played Queen H5 here.
Okay. Queen H5. Well, to hit 2 pawns. H7.
Yeah. Well,
yes.
the computer says it's equal now. Knight F4.
No.
Well, now she missed Knight E6 probably.
The Knight E6 was a move, yeah.
Yeah, hitting D4. Because you can take on D5 with the queen, but you exchange and you take on.
No, I can
D4.
also.
You take
There's also pawn on H7, but
Yeah.
probably
but then
the
F4
computer isn't F5. I mean, yeah. I mean, Knight E6 takes on then H7.
Take on E6, yeah, you can do that.
Yeah.
But
Perhaps, yeah. I have to say that. Yeah, this feels very 96, very very concrete move to change off my,
yeah, and
my strong knight.
Finally, because this is the big problem.
Yeah, my strong knight indeed. Yeah.
But she played Rook E7, which is a very natural move. I mean,
yes,
protect
it's typical time trouble. You just protect and then you maybe play.
yeah.
But here, okay. So I went this one, and she played F5.
And she played
Okay, F5. Yeah. So
And you just
I seized the
continued?
open file.
Now you definitely have the advantage. Again, it's the bad
Well,
knight.
now the thing is that now there's now 96, which I managed to calculate, because then there's Queen H6. I thought Queen H6, very unpleasant move.
Right.
So here, I think she's already too late for 96.
So she played Rook G7, going for something, I don't know what.
To pass the move
B4.
also. I mean,
Yeah,
this
pass
being
the
one.
move.
And B4, yeah.
And now comes the
Now it's
final mistake.
Yeah.
But
it's a mistake.
Queen F6.
But well, there was pressure mounting, of course. I mean,
Yeah,
B5
yeah.
is coming, so she
Well,
wanted to attack something.
yeah.
And she played Queen F6.
It ends the game. But already it's very, very difficult to find moves, right?
Yeah, because
What can you do?
she cannot, I think, play stuff like E3 or probably. This is what she was planning when she played Rook G7 also.
No. But it's again the
I mean, my
knight.
knight. I mean, when my knight is alive on F4,
Mhm.
and when we compare those
Yeah.
those horses, the one on F4 and the one on C7, I mean, they are completely of different breed.
Right.
So
she went.
once she failed to play 96,
Yeah.
then
Yeah, she had a chance.
she definitely.
You always get some chance, but you have to take it.
Mm.
So now,
here-
now
Well,
this.
it was pleasant to play the 40th, move 40. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
And
And,
here, unfortunately, there's.
Well, if she takes back, of course, there is a slight problem
the
coming.
fork is being delivered.
Yeah, and
On
you had
D5
this,
here.
this one.
Yes.
There's always a knight fork somewhere. Okay, so E3 she played, and then you took, and then she resigned.
Yeah, because we had reached
Yeah.
the time control. And,
No, I mean, I think it was a very good game. It was one of the
Interesting
games
game, yeah,
we
very,
followed it, and we
mm.
thought it was very interesting. Many difficult situations, and Jesper said that this was a very professional game. We both played very tightly, and tried to pressure the opponent without taking any risks.
Yeah, well, the little risk was maybe when I play c4 in the opening. So I mean,
Well,
to
but
choose this, to go for this. I mean, this
Yeah.
it is really the most familiar line to
Yeah.
me. So
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
I mean, if you in every game you're following your main lines, or I mean, it's
No, but there's no risk. C4 cannot be risky, I think.
it's not that. It's just that I lost the game in it.
Okay.
In it when I was 14.
Okay, you never forget. No, but
Actually, it was H4, H5, and then C4. Okay, so it's slightly
okay.
different. Yeah.
Not exactly the same.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, good game. Congratulations, and you are now leading the tournament.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, and we have followed your games. We saw your game yesterday. Let's see, we can just quickly have a look at that. We thought that this ending was advantages for you, but that maybe he had some.
Is bishop ending?
No, not the bishop ending. When there were rooks.
Before, when the rooks.
Yeah.
Yeah, but objectively it was holdable.
Yes, not here, but
he
way
missed.
back.
I did this little trick there. I mean,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
got
yeah.
him
Very,
into
very,
kind of
yeah.
Zugzwang or something. I mean,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
passed the move. Yeah,
Yeah, it was very nice.
I
This was
passed the
very
move,
nice,
and
yeah.
then he immediately went wrong there. After
Yeah,
that.
in the
So,
opening there was.
In the opening,
You,
honestly speaking, I didn't expect this what he played, but
yeah, I think
Then
in this
I-
position the computer says that he can play bishop d4, and it's an equal game. But when he missed that move,
but the trend was already.
Yeah, it was in your favor.
It was
Yeah.
my friend,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
his.
Yes, of
at
course,
that point.
Yeah.
So.
and we said that already when
so
you
this-
already when you played this c3 move here.
C3. This.
This is of course theory. This has been
Yeah,
done before.
yeah.
But the thing is, once you have done this, he has to prove something, because he has
Mhm.
this weakness.
He has weakness.
Yeah.
I mean, if you just look at the pawn structures,
Yeah,
then
yeah.
black is better. But,
Yeah, that's the thing.
But the thing that black doesn't have is the Catalan bishop,
Of
which
course,
is
of
on
course,
G2.
yeah.
So
But that's
this is
This has to
This
be
is the thing,
utilized. You have
yeah.
to. If you
G2.
if you never manage to do anything, in the end he will still have a pawn on the c file. And we said, yeah,
I like my pawn structure. That's
Yeah,
just,
yeah,
this
yeah.
is for sure. Yeah. And there are of course many games.
Yeah, of course.
But after knight in the game later on, after you play knight d4, later after BC, taking. So rook c8. Well, I took, but instead of taking,
Here.
what would you play here? Like,
Well, we thought you were going to take on d4.
well, spent a long time here.
Yeah, but
Way too long.
but that was.
I
what-
mean, you should know this position.
yeah,
frankly speaking.
I don't play this line with
I mean,
black.
me,
not really.
that
yeah,
is.
yeah. But I mean, knight d4 looked like a.
It looked like a
Playable.
decent candidate. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the way to go, maybe it's also playable in 94. But the move a5 is the thing.
Yeah. And maybe then you don't get into this situation where you can pressure.
a5, by playing a5 you develop your rook on a8.
Yeah.
a5, a4, and the rook is
And
in
you also
play.
disturb this knight here on b3. So this would have been the best move, right?
I think the computer in a very great depth, it will tell you so. Yeah.
It may be equal game, yeah.
That's it has all the chances to
Yeah, it's more active.
to.
But you made this exchange.
I played.
And you played this.
No, rook d8 was there. I think rook d8 was a good move.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah.
that was
I mean,
the justification of
I
previous
mean,
move.
this is of course a nice situation, because some would like to take here and take on d7.
This, by the way, this even happened. I think in the game Erik Gacy Aronian. This
Yeah.
one takes an a1, knight takes, and then rook d8.
Yeah, rook d8.
Rook d8 is a
Yeah,
move here.
this is the move. Yeah.
Rook d8 is a move, and
Maybe black is preferable.
Black also won that game, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
I don't, but that was, I think, some sort of online rapid as they.
Yeah, we
They
thought
played
that
tons of games.
if you got this, you would be quite happy.
I would be happy with my rook here.
Yeah,
I seize the d file and
Yeah.
infiltrate and then
very nice.
attack his 8 pawn.
But you played. This was a nice game.
But later on, I mean, in the end game, especially this, the triangulation, or I mean, passing the move later after the time control.
Yeah. We can
Because honestly speaking, I didn't find a constructive plan, so I just decided to pass the move and.
Yeah.
Sir, please, it's your turn now. So wait for his.
But here already we can see that the trend is in your favor.
Here,
and it's not very nice for him to play this position. I don't know if it's winning.
Fun position. No, probably not. But this G5, I'm creating some, also fixing. I mean, G4 move, I think I felt was nice.
Yeah, there was at some position here you had very little time. You made the move in the last second or something like that. Is
last
that correct?
second even. I think I had more.
Maybe more. We get it.
I think
with
it
some
wasn't
delay.
that dramatic.
No, maybe, but there was some situation where you had very little time when you made the move, and we thought, why isn't he moving? Because
why is the guy?
Why can't you just move?
Hibernating?
So
if okay, so here, he played bishop c2, so we made some moves.
Yeah, and then we played this. Yeah. Well, this is very nasty for him. Even if he can maybe somehow squeeze out a draw, I don't know.
But he doesn't do anything. He just stands.
Yeah, but okay.
I mean, okay. Let's see what happened. What was so bishop d3?
Rook a1.
Yes. Okay. And this. Yeah. And now
now you play this.
Now to e1. Yes. So to pass the move.
Yeah. Yeah.
And.
And here he made a
well,
mistake.
he needs to. He played rook b2, which. I mean, when you're passive, you're looking for some at least ideas or hints of the ideas. Rook b2, intending maybe rook b5, and at least give some check, one check at a time, and then back. But in reality, rook b2, then his coordination gets, because there's check on c1, and this check is one unpleasant check. This is. Because now.
Yeah, because if he plays king d2, then you play rook a1.
Then rook a1.
And then you have
too far from far away from the.
Rook a2 check and so on, and you.
From the guy.
Yeah.
And one important line here is rook c2. What happened? In the game also. So rook c2.
Yeah, this is very
now
nice.
Comes rook a1.
Yeah.
King. Okay, he didn't play king b2. I mean, if he would have played king b2.
Yes.
Which is then I have this rook d1 move, because now the rook isn't on d1 any longer.
And then when he goes back here, you just take on d3.
Then I take. Yes.
You have this very nice, and you win the pawn ending. Yes. Well, I was quite impressed when I saw how you won it, because it seemed like you will have to fight for a very long time and maybe try for some break with e5, and then suddenly you just won. I
passed the move to my opponent. And
What do you want to do with the move? I want to lose.
This was the trick I was looking for.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for inviting. Thank you.
Congratulations on your 3 wins, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Hope you win another one.
Thank you.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Good luck. Tournament break. Okay. We will be back in a little while. Thank you. Okay, we're back again, round 3 of the Rilton Cup. And we're just going to quickly go through what's happened in these games.
Yes.
So on board 1 we have already seen Kaido Kulotsa. He was here for an interview and he showed us how he won against Monica Socco. Then on the second board there is a very interesting ending, but I think it can go on for a long time.
But at least it felt that it's White who is in the driver's seat,
Well,
even though
White should never lose this, I think.
No, because
but it will go on for some time.
Yeah.
On board 3, we actually know that Ralph lost this game.
Yes.
And we can see in this position that it's a very tricky position. I think he made some mistake later on and just lost this.
Because here he will lose a pawn at least,
Yeah.
So there is no doubt.
He has actually lost a pawn already, so it's it's bad. Anyway, then we have this game. We saw this game. It was easy win for White.
That's right.
And then we have this game. Obviously, this ended in a draw.
Oh my God.
Very, very tricky position.
Yes.
But it seems that this ended in a draw. We can just move back a little bit and see.
What game was this?
This was the.
This, okay, I see. This interesting game, yeah.
This game.
Where we said that suddenly it is like if it's White who is slightly better.
And the computer says that this is completely equal. So after taking here, there was rook g3. We said this. Bishop g4, rook h. I think we had this position also.
Yes, exactly.
Here, king c1, bishop f5, and then you get this counterplay.
Okay, but anyway, maybe this was the best that Black could do actually. So that I'm a little bit impressed because, it looks very dangerous.
Yeah.
But maybe this was the only chance actually for Black.
Yeah.
So good, well played, I think.
Yeah. In this position, Black has a pawn, but with this move that protects b2, White has an initiative.
Yeah.
With the rooks.
So Black needs to be fast.
Yeah. So played e5.
Yeah.
Rook f7.
Yeah.
This threatening both bishops.
Was it correct? It shouldn't go down with the bishop. Rook to. No, it doesn't threaten. Okay, good. Yeah. Okay. I just need to understand myself as well.
Yeah. Rook f6. dc3. So Black is going for this, and now the bishop comes here, and now we can see already that there is a draw coming up here.
It looks very dangerous but
yeah.
And now king c7.
King c7,
rook c6,
rook c6,
king d7,
and now you just move away.
And
the king must go back, and then we go here.
Okay, see, good.
And we can
understood.
We can check all night long.
Yes, it will be a long night if you, or at least 3 moves. Okay, and then
we have this game. This was
he won in the end.
Yeah, this was White.
No, but the one
Black.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's Black won easily. And then what about this game now?
Yeah.
What happened here?
We can check it a little bit. We can go back.
So how did it end in? He got some kind of attack here in the end. But where's the queen? Yeah. Okay, bishop d2.
So we have bishop d2, which was a bad mistake, which we said. Queen c6, bishop a5, b6, mistake, typical. And now, finally, we get some...
but that looks much better now,
Yeah, now it works.
Yeah, now it works fine. So that was a huge mistake, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, because now,
b4, attack.
Yes.
And now this is just winning.
Yes.
I think.
Also because the rook is hanging on d8 with different checks and so on.
Yeah, and if you look at the material, Black is not so bad off. He has a rook, bishop, and knight, queen and 2 pawns. But the problem is that he has no king position.
Yes, there is no connection.
This guy is just completely naked.
Yes, and you have a rook and a bishop and a queen.
So there are some checks here. Now this bishop d7,
and there is hanging
rook
on
d7. Yeah, everything. Now there is a complete collapse here, and the a pawn coming, and Knight e5. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, good.
So that was that, and then we have this. This game is still on, and I think it's heading for a draw, but it's not quite clear. I think maybe black is not so. I mean, black can never win this.
No, but on the other hand, if you play e3 and swap off this e pawn for the f pawn,
Yeah. Then it's a draw probably.
then it should be a
But
draw. I
still,
think.
white can try.
Yeah,
But
white will try for a bit, but you know, two knights can
Yeah.
never give checkmate to a king.
that's true.
So yeah, well,
No,
this
I say
likely a draw.
Let's say it's a draw.
Hmm?
So that was actually the games that we had.
Yes,
We had one more game. This
Romanischen game.
the legend
Fall
playing,
down.
but it ended with a sad.
After a
situation.
good game, yeah. Mm.
Look at this position. All the black pieces are threatened, and they are completely without any cooperation.
Disorganized.
This is
But don't forget that the last move, bishop to c8, was probably just
Yeah,
putting
but
back
it's
the pieces.
sort of-
But I agree.
because if you go back like let's just show how good the position was.
Yes. Look at this position, for example. Yeah.
Maybe
Rook b1. Yeah.
look at bishop f4. What here?
Yes.
Something like this. This is an excellent position. We have a pawn more for black,
And pressure.
and we have a fantastic knight, fantastic bishop, fantastic rook, and the only piece that is not really working here is this one up here on f8.
That's why you suggested rook b8. Huh?
Yeah, I thought perhaps rook b8 would be
Of course.
a good move. Just simple move. You just move the rook, and you prepare to maybe come with the rook here, or maybe at some point you move this rook and go all the way down. But you keep all the options. I
Yeah.
think that would have won the game. But
Yes.
instead we had this very sad ending where everything is just completely.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
anyway, thanks for today. We are looking forward to round number 4 tomorrow,
Yes.
and we will be back.
We will.
We will not give up.
Thank you, Tom.
Like good chess players, we continue playing.
Till
Okay.
Till the
Thank you
bitter,
very
till
much.
the bitter end.
See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Bye.